All right. Are we streaming or no? We're morning, everyone, or good evening for those joining us from places around the world. I call to order this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. And I'll call upon Councillor Ma for the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just yesterday, Canada lost a titan of a citizen in the passing of Murray Sinclair. And Senator Sinclair, who was of Anishinaabe descent, was one of those who excelled at everything he did. In a time where racism is more overt than it is today, he was an exemplary student, skipped a whole bunch of grades, became high school valedictorian. And not just a bookworm, he excelled at sports and was Athlete of the Year as well. And moving on, he shifted into law, with an eye towards politics, and during his time studying law, won multiple awards, and upon entering practice, strove to bring Indigenous perspectives in the legal paradigm. He then became Manitoba's first Indigenous judge, Canada's second one from there, and brought reforms to how Indigenous offenders were sentenced. But the work that directly affects me is Murray Sinclair's work in leading the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Starting in 2009, that report took 6 daunting years of research, and at the end came a list of various actions on how we can undertake actions to reconcile past wrongs. And one of them are the land acknowledgements that we do today at council meetings. Prior to serving on council, I've never done a land acknowledgement, and for myself, these are a gateway towards opening my mind into different perspectives. For example, this past week, Councillor Marr and I, we were at the Recycling Conference of Alberta, and Elder Pablo Russell recalled a story during his childhood. He was looking at a picture of a bison, and he asked his grandmother, "Why is the buffalo's fur so much thicker on the front of the body, and doesn't we look at it as much on the back?" And she answers, "Well, unlike most animals, the bison has the courage to always walk into the face of the storm." And I think in these times of adversity, I think that message is very helpful. And so with that, I would like to say, I am truly fortunate and grateful to live here, which is on the land of the Treaty 7 people, the Blackfoot Confederacy, such as Siksika, Kainai Pagani, Tsuut'ina, the Yarhe Nakota Nations, the Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Métis Nation District 4. And in the spirit of change, I am committed to seeking truth and reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No, thank you. That was really, really thought-provoking. Appreciate that a lot. I'll now, we're going to move to approval of the agenda, looking to see if there are any changes. Seeing none. I move approval of the agenda for November 5th, 2024, regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we have a couple of public hearings here. So I'm going to call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2024-22. The purpose of this bylaw is to not require a development permit for wildlife exclusion fences that are required by an area structure plan or area development plan or under the jurisdiction of the province of Alberta. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will provide a summary of the matter under consideration to set a context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Mr. Schneider, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Let's see if I remembered from last time. Apparently not. Here we go.
There you go. take your time. I know
My
that there's...
sincere apologies.
No problem whatsoever.
But
Seeing that you're having some
We
trouble with
do
the wires.
have a tripping hazard here this morning, which has been noted, so.
Yeah.
Good morning. This is Bylaw 2024-22, which deals with wildlife exclusionary fences within the municipality that are being proposed as part of a approved area structure plan, and will be part of another area structure plan that'll be coming forward in the new year. This project is being managed by the province, who is working with the area developer plus the town, where the town's interests intersect with the actual layout of the fence. Currently, within the land use bylaw, fences are contemplated for residential uses and have a specific height. Obviously, the wildlife interface fence is much taller and has a much more technical specification than your average wooden fence that would appear on a property line. So as opposed to putting in various specs and things like that into the land use bylaw, we're simply saying that if this is being managed by the province, that it's exempt it's exempt from a development permit, which would only be looking at the height of the fence. Am I able to get onto the screen? Not at the moment? Okay. That's all right. I basically gave you an overview of what was on the PowerPoint. Our recommendation is that council continue with the public hearing and then come back later with second and third reading for the amending bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience while there's technological problems. Speaking of technological problems, I have a couple questions for you. First of all, some clarity. This bylaw and these changes do not pertain to the exclusionary wildlife fencing that the province is doing along the Trans-Canada, correct?
No, the province in that case on Crown land can almost, they can basically run their project. They can declare a provincial interest and be exempt from a permit.
Yeah.
This has more to do with lands within the area structure plan.
Yeah. Like up at Three Sisters.
Correct.
Right. So essentially, whether or not this was approved today, the province would just continue along with their Highway 1 because it's in their right of way.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
So then we're talking about the lands like such as the Three Sisters. There may be others in the future, but such as Three Sisters. How does the town, or how do we know that when the placement of the fence is done, it takes into account things that we require, such as a 35-meter buffer from the corridor, and respects conservation easements that are in place?
We have faith in the province doing the right thing, and the province does keep us informed as to project progress. As well, where there is a direct intersection of the fence with something like a pathway or a trail, the town specifically can provide comments as to how they want to see that interface to be set up.
So before the location is finalized, does the province reach, or the applicant, or the landowner, I guess, before, let me start again, before the fencing is finalized, does the province or the landowner reach out to the town to provide comments on the location of the fencing and its intersection with pathways?
As part of project progress, I would characterize it as a continuous dialogue.
Okay. And so can the community be confident based on the process that it will be located respecting conservation easements and taking into account the 35-meter buffer on the outside of the fence? Because it obviously doesn't make any sense to have a buffer on the inside of the fence.
Without me looking at the nitty-gritty details of the plans, I do have confidence that these specifications and these setbacks are being respected because they're understood by everyone.
Okay, great, thank you. Looking to other members of council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering if we would collect any development permit fees on this project or these projects.
It would be a very minimal amount because what we would be looking to do was to vary a general regulation of the bylaw. So it's not as if we're taking a fee based on, you know, how many lineal meters of fence is being contemplated. It would just be, you know, if the minimum amount is $125 or something, and I'm just pulling that out of my head, it would just be whatever the minimum is. So there's no substantial revenue loss here.
All right. Thank you very much. I had similar questions to Mayor Crosser. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Schneider, will the town and citizens see the designs of the fence prior to implementation?
It's possible as part of the recent subdivision approval that they can be viewed. It would be part of the subdivision approval which recently went through, and they would be. Someone could request that they could come in and have a look at the fence drawings.
Mm-hmm. The administration won't be receiving any sort of document package that can come before council and say, hey, this is what the fence looks like.
Yeah, I believe that we have. I believe that we have that. Mm-hmm. And if someone wanted to look at it, they could make an appointment with us and look at it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Schneider. The wildlife fence, as imagined, is it something that gets built all at once, or is it something that would be built over time? And what does this amendment provide in terms of changing the process for that to move forward?
My understanding is they're going to be connecting down towards the highway within this construction period. As for the amendment itself, it doesn't really change a thing as to what their plans are. As I said before, it basically gets us from having to declare like a variance to fence height.
So this feels like a way to reduce red tape and to allow for the wildlife fence to be built faster.
Yeah, it allows for the implementation of something that's needed to facilitate development within that plan area as part of a series of approvals.
And then if this wasn't approved, would the province have to come forward with one DP for the fence? Or would it be more likely that every time the fence was added onto that there would be a DP needed?
My guess would be it would be one DP for the entire ASP area. So one DP for the village, one DP for Smith Creek.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
This brings us to the public verbal submissions segment. Council would like to hear from anyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations. not including time for questions from council. We'll be using a countdown timer on the wall there to help us stay on track. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you will appear on the live web stream of this hearing and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you're speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now I'll open the floor to speakers. There's no one registered to speak, so I will open the floor to anyone who wishes to speak, first in favor, then in opposition or a neutral position. Ms. Carbat, you would like to speak in favor? Okay. And just for the record, it's Jessica Carpat, and welcome.
Hello. Yes, I'd like to speak in favor. My name is Jessica Carpat. I'm representing Three Sisters Mountain Village. I'm in favor, and I just heard a couple of questions, and my apologies, I walked in late because of the winter weather, so I may not have heard all of the questions. Some of the questions that I heard when I did walk in was that, will the public be able to see the fence drawings? So as part of our conceptual scheme for submission for Three Sisters Village Phase 1, we did submit a fence specification document. And that is kind of our manual as to how we're going to build this fence. And this manual was examined by the province and looked over by also the town. And the province did accept that document for how the fence will be built. The other question was, how will this fence be built? The fence will be built in phases, and there's different approaches for either ASP area. So the Three Sisters Village ASP area, the fence will be built in one phase, all at once, and it will be built around. So if you're familiar with the Tipple Valley the Cross Valley corridor, it'll be built from that pathway around and along the Tipple Valley corridor, along the Across Valley corridor, through the Stewart Creek golf course, and then down and around on the edge, or the eastern edge of Stewart Creek Phase 3. And it'll connect to the highway fence at the Trans-Canada. And so it'll be about 8 kilometers long, and we are building that all at once at this moment in time. Work is ongoing on the golf course at this moment. For Smith Creek, it's a different methodology. So we will commence the fence, with Smith Creek Phase 1, and we will only build the fence in phases. And so that will leave habitat within kind of forested areas for the wildlife to roam until we are developing. And so for Smith Creek Phase 1, we will kind of remove the temporary fence along the eastern edge of Stewart Creek Phase 3, and then go around and connect to the non-temporary version of the fence. And then in phases for 2 and 3 for Smith Creek. If there's any other questions,
Yeah, so,
answer them.
yeah, thank you. And just before you walked in, I was asking about assurances around fence location and making sure that they respect the 35-meter buffer from the wildlife corridors, of course being on the outside of the fence, and also respecting conservation easements. So how can the community be confident without it being approved by the town that those are respected?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mayor Crossert. The lands for the wildlife corridor, including the conservation easement, are all being transferred to the province. So they will all be under provincial ownership. And so I think you can be confident that it'll be on the wildlife corridor line, for that matter. and the spirit of wildlife connectivity and movement will be maintained by the province.
So the town requires a 35-meter buffer. And I was wondering, is that taken, when you said it's going to be along the line of the corridor, does that take into account a buffer back from the corridor?
Yeah, so the 35-meter buffer that you're calling, it's registered within a 35-meter conservation easement.
Okay.
And so that area that you're referring to, that conservation easement area, that we kind of always discussed through the ASP process and then also through conceptual scheme, you'll see that that land is also going to be transferred to the province. In fact, if I can remember correctly, I want to say about 800 acres of land are being transferred to the province for the ability for the province to maintain all of the wildlife corridor under one ownership and not conservation easements. I remember in the past that we've always had issues with enforcement and who does the enforcement where because of the conservation easement. Being able to transfer these lands all into one ownership under the province also addresses some of those enforcement issues that we've encountered in the past.
Great, thank you very much. Looking to see if there are any other questions from council. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I would now ask if there's anybody who wishes to speak in opposition of the bylaw. Would anybody like to speak in a neutral position? Would anybody else like to speak at all? And I'll ask one more time, just in case people are wondering. Does anybody else wish to speak at the public hearing? Okay, well, thank you very much then. I will now turn to the municipal clerk and ask that Mr. Stiver, if you could let us know these written submissions that we've been received for this bylaw.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Crasser. We have one written submission in a neutral position by Audrey Rogers, and we have 4 written submissions and they are opposed. Jerry Ode, Dave Dahlman, Heather McFadden on behalf of Beaucord, and Randall Sargent.
Great, thank you very much. Looking to Mr. Schneider, do you have any closing comments on behalf of administration?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. And then looking to council, are there any final questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. So I'm going to close this public hearing and swing right into another one. So now I call, oh yes, yeah. Please come on in. There's lots of seats here. Make yourself comfortable. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Cottle. So now I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2024-27. The purpose of this bylaw is an omnibus amendment to the Business Registry License Bylaw. The proceedings will go as follows, and for those who have just arrived, I will repeat myself. The public hearing will proceed with, after this introduction, administration will provide a summary of the matter under consideration to set a context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And with that, we'll move to the administration's presentation. Ms. McClett, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Just as a reminder, we're here for changes to the Business Registry Bylaw, Amendments 2024-27. predominantly triggered by Council's approval of the Livability Task Force recommendations and the implementation of those, and a great opportunity for us to update areas where clarity was needed or there might have been a spelling mistake that we didn't capture. Predominant change is the requirement for each tourist home unit to have a business license versus a tourist home operating a business where they could have a management company. So let's say one owner had 10 units, they had one business license versus 10 individual business licenses. So tourist homes have always been required to have a business license. That part is not new. We're essentially aligning it to the requirement that all other businesses have had, that every business unit has had a business license. So Eclipse, every location has had a license. Now that same requirement is applied to tourist homes. And then the other new thing is that the license number be displayed on all marketing material, both digital and print. The requirement to display the business license within their unit has always existed and will continue to exist. Some of the other changes, we're clarifying the criteria for micro business licenses. So those are businesses that make less than $30,000 gross revenue. We have looked to support our local not-for-profits who have a hard time at times retaining coaches and have to bring them in from out of town. These are non-for-profit organizations, and an out-of-town business license is $600 per year versus a local is $150. So that's then money that they don't have to recoup from their participants. So bringing that in and clarifying language around independent contractors. So if you're renting a chair at a hairdresser or a massage therapist, again, that requirement has always existed. We just found that that was an area that we were getting a lot of questions, and to bring clarity there. And the reason for the public hearing predominantly is because we made changes to Schedule A, which is our fee schedule for business licenses, and are proposing an increase. This is the first increase since 2015 to business licensing fees. One area that I'll bring up a little bit later on is related to legal review of motion from Mayor Krausert around fee structures or fine structures for tourist homes operating in an area not permitted by the land use bylaw. And so our legal counsel recommended a change from tourist homes to business. And again, tourist homes operating in areas that are zoned as for tourist homes are the normal fee schedules. This is for the normal fine schedules. This is for businesses, tourist homes operating in areas not zoned for that use. This is just another mechanism for us to enforce on the illegal operation. So they can be enforced on through the land use bylaw and now can be enforced on through the business registry bylaw. So that's an amendment that we'll be bringing forward after the public hearing.
Thank you very much. I'm going to look to members of council to see if they have any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. McLeod. I was wondering, one of the reasons we're asking tourist homes to display their business licenses so that we can, or the public can, as well as administration, differentiate between legal and illegal operations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If we didn't add visitor accommodation units to that requirement as well, wouldn't we have a mix of units that were displaying it as well as and being legal, as well as units that weren't displaying it and being legal as well? So it kind of muddies that water. Is that correct?
In some ways, yes. When you, for example, on Airbnb, when they toggle on the requirement for a business license number to be input before they can display on Airbnb, that requirement exists for every posting on that site. That just means that for vacation rentals, which are purpose-built vacation rentals on commercial land, they might have multiple units with the same business license number compared to tourist homes where you should have individual numbers for each listed unit.
Thank you. So in theory, if we had both visitor.com and tourist homes all displaying their business license with their marketing, it would be substantially easier to see the ones that weren't seeing or weren't showing that license and therefore operating illegally. Is that correct?
I would assume so. I don't do the enforcement side of the bylaw, so that might be a good question for Mrs. Miller, who is unfortunately not here. But I would assume that that posting makes it easier to identify whether or not a business license has been issued to that address. Correct.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. McLeod. I appreciate that.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a similar question along the lines of Councillor Graham. Are there any developments or buildings in Canmore that host a mixture of visitor accommodation and residential, visitor accommodation and tourist home, or all three combined in one building?
There are about 27, this is the time that I didn't bring that spreadsheet with me,
You're fine.
buildings that have a mixture of use, and sometimes it's visitor comm with one residential unit, which is often staff accommodation in their area. There's a number of buildings, and I think it's 8 that have visitor comm and tourist home use in the same building.
And how are we going, so there's none with actual residential and visitor accommodation in the same building?
I'm looking at Scott, hoping that he might have that
There's one building to mind in Kananaskis
on
Way
hand.
that
I think
pops
there are
up.
7, or that might be the case,
Okay.
but I said out of those, I think 5 of them are just one unit of residential, which is staff, generally staff accommodation.
Mr. Mackay?
population.
Ms. McLeod covered it.
Great, thank you.
So are we going to have a difficult time managing those differences in what they're allowed to do under the bylaw?
So in most of those units, it's by floor. So people have to provide proof of their address and location, so you'd be able to identify what is deemed a tourist home and what is deemed a visitor accommodation at that time.
And how often do we expect to be reviewing the business registry bylaw moving forward?
In general, bylaws are reviewed every 4 years, so every time per council term, unless there are things that come up sooner that require us to review those changes.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. McLeod.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. McClett, can you speak to why you did not recommend the business licensing for each visitor accommodation?
It's more about capacity. So the Livability Task Force had a clear recommendation around tourist homes. That recommendation did not extend to visitor accommodations. Visitor accommodations would require an additional 1,000+ licensing. Just as a frame of reference, we currently process about 2,700 licenses in a year. If we already add tourist homes, the workload increases, and that nearly doubles the workload related to business registry processing. It's already a full-time job. As noted in the original report, should council want to go that way, and that's absolutely an option, then we would ask that we could come back in the new year with a plan that is also tied to staffing accordingly in order to accommodate that shift. And so at this time, the priority was given to the Livability Task Force recommendation.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. McLeod. Adding one more layer of complexity to all of this, I was talking to a constituent, and he was asking questions of how does this work in like a timeshare scenario? I know we got a couple places that have timeshares where you have a unit, there's maybe 4 people that share it. Person A uses it one way, person B uses it a completely different other way. Any thoughts to that Pandora's box?
That is a great question that I, at this point, don't have an answer to. We generally license per business, so you have a GST number associated with you, so you are the business that holds the license. I don't, honestly, I would have to give that some thought.
For sure. I was just curious about the top of your head.
I don't think it's any different than, I think, a co-working space where you have multiple businesses working out of a co-working kitchen, for example. Each of those businesses holds their own business license. So I would probably treat it in the same scenario.
Okay, thank you.
So, just so I understand, if let's say there was a timeshare, let's say it was a quarter, and so there's 4 different owners, and just for ease of reference, let's say 3 of those owners all use it for their own personal use, they don't rent it out, but 1 does, they actually just rent out their time. So that 1
Would require a business
would require
license.
a business license if visitor accommodations, if all of them required them. But the other 3 would not.
Correct.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah. Looking to, Dr. Cottle.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think the relevant thing there is less about how many owners there are and whether or not the use is proper for the zoning. So as long as it's properly zoned, you know, I mean, there's a capacity issue in terms of licenses, but it's really about complying with the zoning.
Thank you for that comment. Looking to council to see if there are any other questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, so we are now to the public verbal submission time. And anyone in the room can provide a submission. Council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We'll be using a countdown timer to help us stay on track. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you will appear on the live web stream of this hearing and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter is finished speaking. We ask that the speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now I'll open the floor to speakers, and if there's anyone present in the chambers who wishes to speak, rotating between those who wish to speak in favor, in opposition, or in a neutral position. So I will ask, is anybody wishing to speak in favor of this bylaw? Seeing none, would anybody like to speak in opposition? Or a neutral fashion? And I'll ask one more time, does anybody wish to speak at the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will then ask Mr. Stiver to provide us a list of any written submissions.
Thank you, Mayor Crosser. We received 2 written submissions for this one. In favor, we have Audrey Rogers, and opposed, we have a joint submission by Emily Peden and Bradley Whidden on behalf of CFIB.
Okay, great, thank you. All right. Does administration have any closing comments? Let's see, none. Any final questions from council? Seeing none, I will now close this public hearing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to take just a 5-minute break, just to allow if anybody's wishing to stretch their legs or if anybody's wanting to leave because they were just here for the public hearing, they may do so, and we will start up again at 9:50. So Ben, as soon as Councillor Mara is back down, we'll get going again. Okay. All right, we're back, and I'm just going to check to see if Councillor Graham is back. Oh, there's Councillor Graham. All right. We're now going to move to item D, approval of minutes. Turning first to D1, minutes of October 1st, 2024. Any errors or omissions that anybody identified? Seeing none, I'll move that we approve the minutes of the October 1st, 2024 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now turn to the October 15th special meeting of council minutes. Anybody identify an error or omission there? Seeing none, I will move approval of the minutes of the October 15th, 2024 special meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item E1, Town of Canmore Municipal Development Plan amendments and the land use bylaw amendments regarding employee housing in industrial districts. Is there a presentation on this one? Dr. Cottle, is there a presentation on this one?
Apparently not.
Okay. I will, because we have received a presentation previously, both at first reading and at the public hearing. I will just now open it up right now to questions. And so I know that I have a couple of questions. So Mr. Schneider, you may want to make your way closer to the microphone. Thank you. My first question is around sound attenuation. My understanding that sound attenuation is covered in the building code. Is that correct?
I believe the building code has regulations towards it.
Yeah. So do we, so is our requirement, like why would we put a requirement in our land use bylaw when it's covered in the building code for that purpose?
On the understanding that I would characterize the building code standard as a generic standard.
Okay.
However, we have I would characterize it as a unique situation where we have lots backing onto a mainline railway within the Southern Business District and to a lesser extent the Transitional Industrial District. So this is something that sees a lot of freight trains getting hauled through at speed. So in thinking about how the the bylaw was amended, that there would have to be some kind of extra regulation put on it to reflect the fact that this is a very busy rail corridor and people were looking to develop in proximity to it.
So it's a situation that may not have been contemplated by the building code, and therefore it's, in addition to the building code? Or it's a, how would you describe it?
I would call it in addition.
Okay.
There isn't, the building code, the Safety Codes Act, and the Alberta Building Code does not have precedence over the Municipal Government Act. Both pieces of legislation and their implementation basically work hand in hand with each other,
Okay.
but they look at different phases of development. So.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. That helps me understand a lot better why we have it in our land use bylaw. Well, had it before, but it's also part of the, it's been retained in the revisions that are part of these amendments. I have one other question around FAR. And where 30% FAR is the maximum allowed for dwelling units on the second floor, can you help me understand that in real terms? I imagine it changes on every parcel depending on how much of the developable footprint the building takes up. But for example, with regards to that new building on Alpine Meadows, if you have a 30% FAR maximum, I know it's not being contemplated here, but if you had that, would that allow the whole second floor to be dwelling units, or only a portion of this second floor?
I believe it's a function of gross floor area as opposed to floor area ratio of an entire site.
Yeah.
But it would be 30% of the entire development.
Yeah.
And it would also be restricted to the second floor.
Right. So it depends. If let's say the building's footprint took up the entire developable footprint, then you would have, through the whole building, 100% FAR being utilized because there's nothing left over, right? But if you're using only 30%, the upper floor, having a maximum for that dwelling units, it would mean that there would less than full occupancy upstairs.
Yeah, the idea behind it is to allow for a component potentially. I mean, we're still talking about a discretionary use,
Right.
which is not as of right.
Yeah.
But there would basically be a cap on the amount of the second floor that can be used
Right.
as a dwelling unit for employee housing.
Okay, so the intent is that not the entire, when you put a 30%, you're trying to limit.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's the questions I had. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. I have a question again around the sound attenuation. Because the sound attenuation is dealing with discretionary uses, is that also kind of a layer to whether we would approve a discretionary use? Is that the purpose of the sound attenuation regulation that we've put into the land use bylaw?
Yeah, as part of a development permit process, we would require that the applicant retain an acoustical engineer that would have to study the design of the building and make recommendations that if there's anything additional that has to be put in place, that they do it at the development permit stage, and then administration will have confidence that this building is designed properly for someone to live in that space in proximity to the railway and still be able to sleep through the night.
Thank you.
Looking to see if there are any other questions of council administration before I put second reading on. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess I should, didn't have my mic on, so Councillor Graham might not have heard that. If there's any other questions before I put, oh, you're okay, all right. All right, so I will put second reading. Well, I'll move that council gives second reading to the Town of Canmore Municipal Development Plan Amendment 2024-07, discouraging employee housing in industrial areas. And just before we get going on any amendments or debates, I just want to remind everyone that all of us here at this table want what's best for Canmore. And we just may have different ideas from time to time as to what is best. And so let's make sure that our debate on this keeps in mind the goodwill that all of us have in trying to achieve best decisions in the best interest of the community as a whole. I have a couple amendments that I wanted to make before we go further. And so I first of all want to put on the floor an amendment that Section 1 of the bylaw is amended by inserting some before industrial areas. I think that the title is a carryover from the original motion from council, but what has been brought forward is certainly not all industrial areas, and so I think that we just need to make sure that we're being accurate there. Would anybody like to speak to that amending motion? Oh, okay, I'm working off of the bylaw itself, which is on page
Thank you.
91.
Sorry? 66 or 68?
91 is the clean version I'm working
Thank
off
you.
of. I'm proposing a change to Section 1 that inserts some before industrial areas. So in fact, the title would be Discouraging Employee Housing in Some Industrial Areas. Would anybody like to speak to that motion?
I'll speak to it.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a pretty simple one, and I actually in agreement with it because I think that we're only talking about certain industrial areas. There are certain industrial areas that currently permit employee housing or housing.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, I have another amendment I'd like to put forward, and that is now on the screen. The amendment is that sections 5, 6, and 7, and so I'm referring to the bylaw on page 91, that section 5, 6, and 7 are amended as follows. A, section 5 is amended by striking out housing for employees within industrial areas north of the Trans-Canada Highway shall not be supported by the town, and to inserting quotation, comma, land directly adjacent to the west side of Elk Run Boulevard and land accessed by Alpine Meadow, end quotation. And that would be after industrial areas south of the Trans-Canada Highway. And then B, section 6 is amended by inserting except land directly adjacent to the west side of Elk Run Boulevard and land accessed by Alpine Meadow after excluding industrial areas north of the Trans-Canada Highway. And C, section 7 is amended by inserting land directly adjacent to the west side of Elk Run Boulevard and land accessed by Alpine Meadow after only within industrial areas south of the Trans-Canada Highway. Speaking to this motion, the reason I've included them all together is that they are all part and parcel of making a change to the municipal development plan that lays the foundation for what is described in the land use bylaw as IND1 as allowing employee housing. Currently, it's a discretionary use, and I would like to see that continue. I used the descriptions of the land directly adjacent to the west side of Elk Run Boulevard because those properties, IND1 goes down that left side or west side, and then it loops over to include those properties that are accessed by Alpine Meadow. So that was as accurate as I could get using our geographic descriptions and keeping in with the, north or south of the Trans-Canada. Speaking to the motivation behind this, I recognize that there was a split on council with regards to employee housing in industrial areas. I'm trying to find that path forward that here's comments provided at the public hearing, maybe doesn't reach as far as some would like, and doesn't reach as far as personally I would have liked. But this is a case of if you can't have all, perhaps you can have some of what you want. And I believe that there may be a path forward that sees all of council being able to get behind this bylaw in ultimately approving it. Maybe not this amendment itself, but in the bylaw as a whole. So those are the amendments. It's basically describing that in addition to what is currently allowed for employee housing under the bylaw, we also allow what is the land in IND1. If anybody would like to speak to the motion, now is your time. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to confirm, based on the proposed bylaws that are in front of us at this time, residential accommodation, whether it be employee housing as it sits now or residential as being or dwelling unit as proposed, is permitted is a discretionary use in TID, correct?
In TID?
Yeah.
You're talking about, and that's south of, yes, all of the sections south.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm looking at the map that we have that we're looking at right today. It shows 3 groups of, sorry, oh crap, and I'm looking at the agenda review. I got page 57, but I don't think that's right. Sorry.
Page 63.
There we go.
63, thank you, Councillor Maw.
Thanks, Councillor Ma. So currently, we permit it it's a discretionary use in TID. We are looking at making it, or it isn't, a discretionary use in Southern Business District.
Yes,
So in
correct.
terms of like having some of what we want or all of what we want, we already have some of what we want. Because really, I
Yes,
think
it depends on how you define some.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. It's not like, we're not
Yeah.
planting a complete restriction across the board on all of our industrial lands.
No.
It already exists in some of our
Yeah,
industrial lands.
because of the wellhead protection
Yeah,
plan
for sure, yeah.
requiring it in the south of, although I'd argue west of the Trans-Canada, but it's also south.
Yeah. Okay, that was my question. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments speaking to the motion, amending motion on the table? Okay, Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can understand the spirit where you're coming from, and I know we're talking about this idea of some. I don't think I can support this motion. I feel what happens is with the wellhead protection coming in on TID, that's going to reduce some of the uses, which makes what's remaining in IND1 and IND2 even more important. The SB area is proposed by admin. If that does go through, we are permitting housing. And if we do continue with what was presented by admin, additionally, we will be still allowing the legally non-conforming suites that are currently in there. So I feel we are in a place of compromise already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Faubert.
I do have one question, and it's whether or not the use or reference of Alpine Meadows is the best.
It's the best I could come up with. In looking at both our property viewer, the name of that road right there is Alpine Meadow.
Okay.
None of the Bow Meadows Crescent can access from Alpine Meadow. And so the one part in IND1, the only way you can access it is through Alpine Meadow. There's nothing delineating it on the high end or the low end geographically
Yeah.
that I could attach onto.
I think the fact that the road has that name, that's better for me, because building names, business names can change.
Yeah. I think it's a funny street name,
Yeah.
but it is the street name, according to the property viewer. Yeah.
May I speak to the motion? Okay, perfect. I'm going to be voting to support the motion. When I listened to the submissions at the public hearing, what I got out of that is that there is, for me as well, and I feel that I am in alignment with the position put out by some in the community, that there is in the IND1 area and in the potential and already existence of employee housing. I think that what I heard that was the solution that I thought could take us into the future was one where the ID1 and ID2 could be cleaned up a little bit, because to me, it's not quite, the categories aren't quite clear for what's actually there and what actually has developed over time. And I think that there could be some better clarity in terms of what we call ID1, what we call ID2, and what that is defined as. But the mayor's motion here for the MDP and the following motion does take a step towards allowing the IND1 lands to continue to have as a discretionary use employee housing, and I do support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mera.
Thank you. Excuse me for my voice if I zone out a little bit here on my voice. So, we're speaking to the motion, correct? I will support this motion. To echo what both Mayor Krausert and Councillor Faber have said, this is more in line with what I was thinking, and I thank you for bringing forward this motion. And like you said, we can have some and maybe a little more of what we want than what we get. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mera. Would anybody else like to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm having some video issues right now, so bear with me. I appreciate that everybody is stepping forward with their best foot to find a solution here. You know, we've been debating this for over a year now. I remember the last time when this first came, Councillor Ma was in Italy, and now that's where I am. I won't be able to support this motion. For me, it was actually the wellhead protection area that we recently approved that really solidified this one for me. With that act that we've put in place, we are going to be limiting our industrial lands over time, which means that IND 1 and 2 need our further protection for the future of our community, for the economic diversification that we need to continue a healthy economic plan. We do need to, as a council, and we do this all the time, support minimum standards for living conditions and living situations. And I can't get my mind wrapped around people living in situations that I feel are precarious, that have the potential, and I'm certainly not saying this about all employers, but have a very precarious relationship between employer and housing. I have to keep that in front of mind in protecting those people that might be abused in a situation like that. And that's not what I'm saying happens all the time, but it's something I certainly have to keep in mind. I think in order to keep a long-term view, 20 years out, we have to recognize that we are going to be removing industrial lands from the wellhead protection area. And for me, that was a key moment that reinforced the fact that we need to protect our industrial lands up in ID1 and ID2. And I thank you all for your debates, and I look forward to hearing what others have to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a couple of things that arose based on what you said. First of all, I mean, when you talk about, you were making some comments about employee housing generally, and that's not really what's being debated here. It's about employee housing in these particular places. And with regards to that, on living conditions, I mean, there's employee housing in industrial areas of communities that are truly industrial. And you know, when you have a delicatessen and a bakery and transit and sidewalks, and within a block of or two of apartment buildings, and right out your back door are trails to into the beautiful mountainside, it's hardly poor living conditions. And I want to remind everyone that first of all, IND1 is more of the general industrial use as opposed to getting into the light industrial, so it's a lesser industrial. And when you look at the southern district there that perhaps has opened up a little bit more for employee housing because of the wellhead protection plan, I hearken back to what Mr. Schneider just talked to us about, and that's the railway running right through it. And that in itself is going to lessen the amount of employee housing that may be allowed there. So it's not like we have this big district and it's just a big green light. Councillor McCallum and then Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate you bringing this forward, but my opinion hasn't really changed. I have a variety of arguments against this, but the biggest one and the one that is most important to me is the fact that we need to protect these lands for industrial, light industrial purposes and commercial purposes in general. You know, I understand that there are businesses that would like to build employee housing on incredibly inexpensive land. I would invite them to get together with their fellow businesses and come up with a non-market solution and join CCH and approach CCH about potentially building on the Palliser.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I'm quite torn at the moment. I see the merits on both sides. But I also do see that because of the wellhead protection areas, we are actually going to be potentially losing more light industrial. So it may be more prudent to keep the light industrial that we have and not open it up to losing certain uses, because certain uses and employee housing uses don't mix. They're, within the building code, there are uses that can coexist and there are uses that can't, but if we allow employee housing within those uses, we preclude potential uses from the light industrial. I wanted to be able to support this, but because we will have the option for employee housing in those other industrial areas. The light industrial in the north side, I do believe needs to be protected. And I thank you for putting this amendment together. I don't think I can support it this time, just because I think that we do need to protect the light industrial. I think, yes, we're in a housing crunch. We've been in a housing crunch for many, many years. This would potentially open up some amount of employee housing, but at the same time, it may limit us in our industrial uses, and that could be an effect that we don't want to see down the road either. So at this time, I don't think I can support it. It might be one of those things that, as time goes on, this gets looked at again. And if we're finding that we have areas that are underutilized or are vacant, but our industrial areas, when I looked on realtor.ca the other day, there's not a lot available. We're not like other cities or towns where they have industrial areas that are swaths of vacant industrial that's not being used for anything. Where I know in some of those places they are contemplating changing up those uses to have employee housing, to have business parks and things that change from industrial uses to more other style uses that make more sense for employee housing. If we had a bunch of vacant industrial uses, I think I'd be able to support this more, but as we don't have any industrial vacant lands, and it's a long time, well, who knows how long exactly, but it's way out there at this current time. The industrial lands that will be coming to us with TSMV they're on the end of that build out, so it's gonna be a while. Maybe we'll get some sooner than later, but that's all the industrial land we have left. So I think we need to protect what we have. So I'm not gonna be able to support this.
Thank you, Councillor. What I heard was still a lot of thinks and torn, so I'm going to rely on those, and I'd hope that you'd still be open to my closing comments. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, just coming back to the thing is, everything is in short supply. Housing is in short supply, absolutely. Our industrial lands are in short supply, as evidenced by our 2022 retail gap analysis. But when I look at what we have for quantities, I do feel that there is some certainty with our Palliser lands that we can have access to housing. In terms of what's going on in the industrial, we're getting squeezed with the wellhead protection. As Councillor Hillstad said, with Three Sisters, that stuff is in the future, and it's a little bit hard to imagine where that's going to be. And so in that case, I really do feel it would be prudent for us to maintain the course as what admin has represented. And if we did want to visit this down the road, for sure. But right now, I just feel what we have is we have diminishing ingredients, but there's one ingredient we have, industrial, is really finite, and we need to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I think it's really important for me to empower our business community to provide housing solutions. I don't imagine a future where well-paying light industrial businesses or jobs are going to relocate to our community because we don't have anywhere for their staff to live either. One of the things that we experience as a community is like gentrification on steroids. And that to me means that it becomes more important to protect our existing businesses and workforce and house the people we need for our economy today than protect the future for potential light industrial and commercial purposes that I don't know are going to actually exist. Housing already exists in IND2, and that's because councils of the past changed our MDP, changed our land use bylaw, and created the direction to allow employee housing as a discretionary use. But when it came to actually seeing that happen in our community, we as this council made the choice to undertake more research on the retail needs and light industrial needs. And that process has then led us to here, and this reconsideration by to whether or not employee housing as a discretionary use is appropriate in all light industrial lands, TID, Southern Business District. And so I think that the prior direction of our past councils was the right direction, and that's the direction I would like to support us heading in. I think that the motion as is doesn't necessarily take us towards all the solutions we might need with respect to some of the differences between IND 1 and 2. But I think that the fact that employee housing already exists in IND 2 because of prior council direction can't be ignored either. I'm really appreciative of also the fact that the wellhead protection report has been mentioned, but that I don't know if council actually approved it or made a motion to accept it or approve it as information. And so I'm not clear on whether or not that is the direction for me to consider right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I provide closing remarks, would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
So I am the prior council that approved this, right? Was it our council? Was it, oh yeah, I guess it's that first term, right? And you were in the by-election. Thank you.
Second term.
Second,
It was 2016 that we did this.
okay, thank you. Right, because with the MDP. Anyway, so, yeah, when you know better, you do better. And that's pretty much the realization. 2016 was also the time that the market started to differentiate between residential and tourist homes, and that's something that we're having to fix. There are things that sometimes decisions you make, I don't think I actually understood at the time the interplay between the Safety Codes Act and land use and how certain things could not coexist. I did not understand that at the time when I approved this. So when you know better, you do better, and today I'm voting to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else before I make my closing remarks? Okay. I'm going to address a number of things that I heard, starting with the one that Councillor McCallum spoke to. I was also on that council that approved the MDP that set in course supporting employee housing in industrial areas. And I knew what that was about. That was about supporting housing because we knew that was a major issue in town. So, I think that we actually did get it right. So we've got some difference of opinion there. I want to address the Southern Business District because it's being held up as A, losing industrial area, and B, a solution to employee housing. Well, employee housing, or dwelling units, as it's stated, still has to be on the second floor. And the second floor of what? Well, it has to be on the second floor of industrial uses. It's just going to be a different intensity of use in order to protect our water supply. So rather than deal about fear of losing industrial areas and putting hope that we can have housing there, I also want to address the fact that because we have a train running through there, it makes it more difficult. You can't build or have it within 30 meters of the tracks on either direction. And so you really limit the amount of space that you can do employee housing in the Southern District. When we look at IND 1, it's almost all built out It's the smallest area of all of them. I heard at the public hearing that there was definitely support for the IND2 area that is east of Elk Run, whereas there was also, people bringing up the point that maybe IND2 west of Elk Run was not appropriate. So, I would have loved to see IND2 west of or east of Elk Run as well. But we've got IND1, which has lighter industrial uses, almost built out. There is a building right there that has units that are built. These are businesses supplying solutions for our town, for their businesses, and if they didn't, then they would be part of the list of others that are without housing. So it helps us, it moves us forward. I don't think that we're taking a step back. I haven't seen an economic analysis as to what type of industrial use could come and sit here and do business here that would not allow housing above it. We do have the business or the building code in place and the safety codes in place to make sure that there isn't inappropriate housing above certain units. So we have that safety mechanism in place. I think that this is a way forward that respects the some of the sentiments that were made, recognizing that we're still saying on those two areas there that there is no employee housing. And I really don't think that this is a fundamental change with respect to industrial areas. I do think that this is has some definitely steps in the right direction with regards to housing. As far as the Three Sisters build-out, I don't know exactly when those industrial area lands would come in place. I know that Smith Creek and Village will be proceeding in tandem at some point. They're moving forward, not necessarily progressing down the valley, and we don't have enough information about that, but I would hesitate to assume that it's at the very end. So I would ask that you give our businesses this opportunity to be part of the solution, to utilize it in an area that is really definitely not a bad place to live, and support this motion so that we can find that middle ground going forward. And with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? All right, the motion is defeated with Councillors Faubert and Mayor Krausert in favor. Thank you for that debate, everyone. Are there any other amendments that anybody wants to bring forward with regards to the MDP amendment? You're wanting to bring on the land use bylaw one, correct? Yeah, not the MDP. Right. All right, so would anybody like to speak to the motion then? The motion that's on the table is the second reading of the MDP amendment with the one amendment that was approved to the title. And I'll kick things off. I'm not going to be able to support this bylaw. While I was appreciative of the recognition of the wellhead protection plan, which hasn't come to us yet, but is going to be coming, it's an important thing to consider. However, I'm not entirely certain that there will be much more in the way of employee housing that will come through the SB district. And I really do believe that those areas in IND1 and the IND2 east of Elk Run are suitable for having employee housing. And I do believe that there's an opportunity there for businesses to provide that housing. And if we are not going to be allowing them to do so there, I can't support this motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not be voting in favor of the motion. I was hoping that some of what we heard from the public hearing would help create some amendments to the MDP and the land use bylaw amendments that are currently in front of us that would address some of the concerns that I have around the fact that we do have employee housing that does exist in some of these areas. I think the submission that rang closest to me was from the former Mayor Ron Casey, who really pointed out that the IND1 and IND2 areas, I think the definitions and the actual boundaries of those two locations could use some work by council in terms of changes that could make it better clear what types of industrial development we want in those areas, given what currently exists. I also think that it's really important that we do everything we can now to address housing. And I think one of the ways that employee housing as a particular type of use does that is that it doesn't create dwelling units, which are different. And I think that employee housing is something as a discretionary use that can then be turned back into second level light industrial, whereas dwelling units, once sold on the market, are going to represent, they'll be a different product, not one tied to a business trying to house their staff, but another type of condo for someone to have in Canmore as a second home. And so potentially it could be sold to the first owner that lives here, but there's no guarantee the future ownership of that would continue. And so like being able to use these spaces to meet the needs of our community and also do the work that we think is important in terms of driving our economy in the direction we want it to go in. I do respect that, and I acknowledge that a future where we have lots of light industrial economic diversification could lead to some really great outcomes. I'm just not sure that I see that as being as much of a possibility in the future because of our current circumstances around housing. And so for me, I would rather focus on the emergency that we're facing now with the ability to change things in the future still, and that's not the bylaw I have in front of me. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anyone else, excuse me, would anyone else like to speak to second reading of this bylaw? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting this bylaw. I do believe that protecting these industrial lands is what actually allows the economic viability of industrial uses to continue. And removing that use, adding other uses will change the value of those lands and thus changing the economics of those uses, making it even more difficult for those sorts of industries to exist within our town. And that economic diversity to me is incredibly important. You'll remember that during the pandemic, Banff had a significantly higher economic downturn than Canmore had because of our diversification. That's important to me. Keeping a standard of living is important to all of council, and I know it is all the time. And we differ on what that means, and that's okay. To me, it's not okay for people to live in industrial lands with industrial uses at their doorstep, raising families. That's not okay to me. I believe that, and just for clarification on this, Councillor McCallum, you're bringing forward a motion to change the dwelling units. Is that correct here in just in a moment or two?
Yes, I'm planning on bringing an amendment forward when we get to the land use bylaw portion of the program.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. So for me, that's not a concern at this point in time. We will deal with that here shortly. We've had a year of debate on this, of public engagement on this, of consultation on this. We have 1,000 units coming on board in Palliser in the next little while. We've got 26 units up in Three Sisters coming on board as far as CCH. We are taking bold steps to address our housing crisis. And to me, that doesn't come at all costs. And this one, to me, is too high at this point in time. So I will be supporting this bylaw, and I look forward to my other councillors' comments.
Councillor Hillstead.
I will also be supporting this bylaw. Again, I don't know if, none of us have a crystal ball, so it's going to be hard to say which way was the right way at this precise moment, but I feel that the way we're going is the right way to protect the industrial lands. We have a lot more land availability when it comes to residential than we do industrial. TSMV is, as Mayor Krauser pointed out, is starting to work, and there will be units up there. There will be units in the Palliser area. There will be, again, units within the gateway at Three Sisters. In the back there's going to be units that are, I'm assuming, coming on board in the next couple of years. So it's not that we don't have any units available, it's that we have more residential area that we can actually develop than we have industrial area at this point. So again, that is why I'm voting this way, to protect the industrial area that we already have. Because again, yeah, hopefully the industrial area within Three Sisters comes on sooner than later, but I don't know when that's coming on. Again, we know that the Stewart Creek and the other parts are going ahead. So we're going to get residential within that. There is, supposed to be some affordability within that as well because of how the ASP is written. So there's going to be units coming. Does it help us right this second? No, but they're coming. This isn't new. We've been in this crunch for as long as I can remember. We keep trying to do things to help get us out of this, but we live in a wonderful place that everybody wants to live in. It's our blessing and our curse. Everyone wants to be here, and there's not enough room for everyone to come. That's just how it is, unfortunately. It's great that everyone wants to be here, but that's just the realities of our time. We don't have abundance of land. But the land we have more residential than we do industrial. So I will be supporting this to help protect our industrial lands that we do have.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else wishing to speak to second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed?
All again.
The motion is passed with Councillors Faubert and Mara and Mayor Krausert opposed. I'll now move to third reading. I move that council give third reading to the Town of Canmore Municipal Development Plan Amendment 2024-07, discouraging employee housing in some industrial areas. The only thing I'll speak to is, you know, I heard in the debate on second reading, Councillor Graham mentioning he doesn't like housing in industrial areas, and yet he's supporting this, which allows it. You know, the lands that are there to be used by business owners, they may not have access to the non-market housing, or their employees may not, because you need to be here a year. So where are they going to land? You need to have these available spaces. As applications are being brought forward, so many have been approved by the SDAB. So I think that, you know, I know it's in a losing effort, but I'm going to go down swinging. Anybody else wishing to speak to the third reading? All right, seeing. Call the question. All those in favor and those opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Faubert and Mayor Krausert opposed. I'll now move to this might go a little bit quicker because some of the things we'll do this part. We'll move the council give second reading to the amended revised land use bylaw amendment 2024-08, removal of employee housing from industrial districts. There's a couple of amendments, the quick ones that I want to bring. First of all, it's labeled number 4 in our agenda there. This is the one recommended by administration. I move that council amend revised land use bylaw amendment 2024-08 by adding the following section after section 20 and renumbering subsequent sections accordingly. And it is quotation 21, section 5.4.6.6 is repealed. End quotation. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those, Councillor Graham?
I'll just note that I can't see, if there's something up on the screen right now, I can't see it.
No, there's nothing on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
It's the motion in your agenda package.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor McCallum?
No, sorry, I'm waiting for my amendment.
Okay. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of this amendment? Carried unanimously. I will then move a similar amendment to what I brought for the Municipal Development Plan bylaw, and that is that Section 1, and that's the title, is amended by inserting some before industrial districts. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried, Councillor Graham, carried unanimously. Okay, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have an amendment that I worked with administration, and so we're not able to see anything on the screen, are we? Oh, magic, law. So my amendment's pretty simple although I appreciate the proposed change by administration, it is clear to me in my discussion with professionals and as I observe the market that dwelling unit as proposed should stay employee housing within our land use bylaw and for this purpose. In particular, the market does recognize from a price point in many cases, the difference between an employee housing unit and a dwelling unit, as well as does the banks in certain cases. And although the town of Canmore at this time does not police these units, it doesn't mean that they couldn't in the future. And we truly do want these units to be housing employees, so then let's name it. The only thing that I have a question of through administration with the amendment is, it was brought to my attention by one of my colleagues that in section 7, where we say, sorry, let me find it. Striking out sections 5, 6, and 7. If we strike out section 7, then we can't amend it in the second point.
Yeah, if you would accept a friendly amendment, I believe it should say striking out sections 5 and 6 and amending section 7 by
Exactly.
striking out all occurrences. Yeah.
That is exactly what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Yep. There we go.
And then the only other question I had was when I look at the amendment for the Southern Business District, where it says, striking out sections, never mind, actually.
Okay.
Striking out sections 13, 14. Sorry, what? 13. Yeah, oh, it shouldn't be here. Yeah, so we're actually wondering if section 13 should stay.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with the dwelling unit. So if you'd accept a friendly amendment removing section 13 from that list.
Yes, please.
15, 16.
And that is all I have to say. Sally has something to say.
Dr. Cottle?
Well, I was just going to suggest if we need to think about it, maybe we should just take a break.
I don't think there's anything to think about there.
Okay, it looked like maybe people were needing to read it and make sure it was accurate, so.
No.
Well, I am going to ask a question around so 19 just simply changes the employee. So by striking out that, it still retains the maximum of 30. Just pull that up.
That's how I read it.
20, let's see.
Uh-huh.
5.4.6, yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm. Right. But, and if you take this out, that's why I think we need a break.
Do you want to take a break? I'm happy to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do want us to take a look at 20 and 21. I think that they probably shouldn't be struck. I think they're different than the original, and other than the wording dwelling unit.
If we can take a break.
Sure.
Yeah.
How long do you think is needed for me to take a look at that?
People also need to use the washroom, so maybe we could take 20 minutes.
All right, we will return at 11:15.
When I'm on my phone, it's also my laptop.
Okay. Okay, we are back, everyone. We are on item E1, and we have the second reading of the land use bylaw amendment on the table, and we have an amending motion being made by Councillor McCallum. Councillor McCallum, I understand that what's on the screen now has been verified to be correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Great. And so, continuing to speak to the motion, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I did, actually. So removing, reinstating employee housing where dwelling unit was referred to, again, the market does recognize a differential. In some cases, the banks recognize a differential. And although the town of Canmore does not, at this time, police these units, it does not mean that they won't be policed in the future or cannot be policed in the future. And so that is my reason for changing it, or looking for support from council to change it.
Great. Thank you. And would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for bringing forth this amendment, Councillor McCallum. I will definitely be in support. Anecdotally, earlier this fall, one of my neighbors who actually has a unit that is under the guise of employee housing got a letter saying he was going to change to dwelling units, and he was actually quite surprised at the potential ramifications that he felt that would be. So in light of what you're saying, I do believe the term employee housing has social license and certainly has value in the community and is recognized. So I think we should definitely go back to that terminology. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor, would anybody else like to speak to the amending motion that's on the table? Seeing none. Councillor McCallum, did you have any closing comments? No. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, before I forget, there is, and this is just a typo, but in section 7 of the bylaw, if you go down to the second section number, it says 515.2, and it should be 5.1.5.2 on page 93.
It's hard to see because RFB is right over it, the D and RFB.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So all, yeah. It's page 93, in section 7. The sections, the second section being added, instead of 5.15.2, it should be 5.1.5.2. There's a missing point. That's my point. That's my point. Okay, all right. Okay, before we talk about the amended motion on the table, are there any other amendments that anyone was wishing to bring? All right then. So we can debate on the second reading now. Would anybody like to speak to this? This is the changes to the land use bylaw. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert, Mera, and Mayor Krausert opposed. And now I will move that Council give third reading to revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2024-08, removal of employee housing from some industrial districts as amended. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? See none? Oh, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm glad we were able to finally sew this up today. I do know that the one thing that the development community really appreciates is assurances of development. And so this provides the development community some assurances as to what it is that they're able to do on their land, without having to deal much with SDAB, and provides the community assurances as well. I will be supporting a third reading of the land use bylaw amendment for some some employee housing from, removal of some employee housing from industrial districts, my apologies. And I really appreciate the mayor bringing up the some, because it is just some. Although I know that some of the landowners would like all, that is not what's being proposed today. I do know that if I were given the opportunity to build something on much cheaper land, I probably would appreciate that opportunity as well. But we do want to be a whole community, and being a whole community means having industrial lands that we are able to tap into. And the more we dilute these lands, what's little left with regards to after the wellhead protection zone is implemented, and I know that's a future thing, but it is regarding the health of our community in terms of our drinking water. And this is, in my opinion, with regards to the health of our community in terms of its economics. If we say we want to diversify our economy, we need to provide a land base for that to happen. And the industrial area does that. And I understand that tourism is a large portion of our economic base, but we need to make space for other things than tourism. And because those are jobs that don't tend to be high-paying jobs, and we are an expensive community. And the more our economic land base continues to perpetuate low or mid-paying jobs, the more we as a community are going to have to pick up that slack through housing. And so ensuring that there's the potential for middle-class jobs to be able to be occurred through these industrial lands is one way of doing that. I guess, if we could start over from scratch, all of our zoning, we might have done it a little bit differently looking back. If we could just wipe it all out, just like downtown. We could firebomb it and start all over, it would be completely different. I'm not advocating for that, by the way. I'm just providing an example in my way. We might have done it differently, and perhaps we would have allowed certain uses to occur differently within our industrial lands. Would the transitional district look the same as it does right now? I don't know. I'm not sure. Would the only place where you could store buses, would we have allowed housing there? Well, based on the value of our land, yeah, it might be a good use. But I think that we have to realize we don't have that opportunity. And so when council of the future looks at land uses in Smith Creek, I would really hope that they would take a good look at the safety codes, standards and the different classes and align that, if they want to put residential in there, and align that accordingly and be really quite strategic. What I feel we're doing now is trying to piecemeal, and that's not a great solution. Again, we have a large swath of land that council has spent a lot of time and energy, and this administration on the other side of the highway, that is open for residential. In particular, the residential that these landowners are proposing, which is lands or housing that is meant to house our workforce. And so I encourage the business community to get together and to look at some of the grants that the federal government is offering and partner with CCH, at least approach them and see what's possible in adjacent districts. And I really appreciate Councillor Graham bringing forward the idea that during the pandemic, You know, Banff was pretty much shut down. Why? Because they did not have a diversified economy. And we had some diversification to our economy, so we weren't hit as hard. We were hit hard, but we weren't hit as hard as Banff. And that's because we have made it a priority to protect what few industrial lands we have that we can currently develop on. But as we move forward and as we look at Smith Creek, I really encourage the developers and landowners to really sit down and the planning department, when they look at those uses, and make sure that there's very good alignment so that we don't bump into this issue in 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a correction so you're not quoted incorrectly. Well, no, it's just that I think what you meant, because it's about removal of employee housing in some, I think when you refer to developers and businesses, they wouldn't want all, they would want none. Right, removal of none. Right, okay, so just wouldn't want that to be out there. You know, I totally agree with you about if we had to just do things all over again, we'd do them differently. That's because we learn along the way, and probably every municipality is in that situation. However, where I believe we'll have to agree to disagree is that, in my opinion, we haven't encouraged economic diversification today as much as we have removed the opportunities for some employers to provide housing for their employees. Because I do believe that we're in the same situation as far as diversification as we were before this, but we just have less opportunity for employee housing in some of the areas. Would anybody like to speak further to the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Mera and Mayor Krausert opposed. All right, we're going to move on now to item E2, and that is Council Paid Medical Family Caregiver and Compassionate Care Leaves Policy. Ms. Sauvé. Ms. Sauvé, welcome to council.
Thank you. It's not showing on the screen. Okay. Good morning. It's still morning, right?
Yes.
I'm here today to present a revised policy for paid medical, compassionate care, and family caregiving leave for members of council, and to seek council's approval for the policy as presented. All right. Oh, not too far. Okay. No, it didn't. Okay. So the details of the activities that brought us here today are outlined in the request for decision, so I won't go through all of those. Just notably that the most recent and relevant direction for this policy was provided by Council on October 1st. At that time, an initial draft of the policy was presented for medical leave, along with a proposed alternative to include provisions for family caregiver and compassionate care leaves. And Council accepted to include that, so we're back here today to look at the new policy with those inclusions. It's important to highlight that those changes are aligned with the mandate and the recommendations of the Council Remuneration Review Committee, who collected, reviewed, and analyzed compensation information to provide guidance for council compensation that is fair and reasonable, attracts a diverse and representative pool of candidates from Canmore's residents, and that includes residents from a broader range of economic and employment backgrounds, and that recognizes the complexity, the responsibilities, and the time commitments of the role of elected officials. As outlined in prior discussions, but important to highlight again here today, the committee believed that a key step in attracting a diverse and representative group of candidates was to assess remuneration with a lens for removing some of the barriers that exist to running for council. And in those discussions, the committee recognized that significant circumstances which might temporarily prevent individuals from fulfilling council duties need not be circumstances that discourage or prevent members of the public from running, nor disqualify elected officials from fulfilling their terms and service to the community. Also important to emphasize is that Article 174 of the Alberta Municipal Government Act, the MGA, states that any member of council who's absent for a period of 60 days will be disqualified from council unless the absence is authorized by a resolution of council prior to the end of that 60-day period. Or if that absence is in accordance with the bylaw providing for maternity and parental leave for elected officials. So this policy doesn't remove that legislative requirement, but what it does do is provide clarity and transparency for the public and current and potential candidates, as well as a consistent and equitable framework for the leaves, outlining eligibility, duration, remuneration, and the plans for ensuring that the community continues to be represented. There we go. So the following key components are included in the policy. For medical leaves, a period of up to 16 weeks. For compassionate care leave, a period of up to 27 weeks. And for family caregiver leave, up to 36 weeks for the critical illness of a child, or 16 weeks for the critical illness of an adult. And the key differences in these leaves types is medical is for a member's personal medical abilities. Caregiving leaves are intended to provide care for critically ill family members to recover, and compassionate care benefits are intended to provide for end-of-life care. So those are the key differences. The periods that are identified align with the job-protected leaves outlined in Alberta employment standards, and also what the town provides for employees, either through an EI subplan or insured short-term disability. You'll note that in this version of the policy, the medical leave period was corrected to 16 weeks from the previously stated 15 weeks, and my apologies for the error in the previous version. I'm glad we had a chance to correct that today. And of course, with all things procedural, documentation is required for leaves. There are two key forms. One is a written request for the leave, and the other is the leave agreement. The written request outlines the requested start date, the anticipated length, and then provides documentation to support the leave. And then the leave agreement outlines the duties that a member will not be performing during the leave, the duty that a member intends to continue performing during the leave, and then any other accommodations that they might require for their circumstances. This could include like virtual meetings or ergonomic equipment or other aids to assist them in meeting their duties. The leave agreement can be updated or amended by the mayor and CAO during the leave as circumstances change. Pretty straightforward. In order to ensure that the community continues to be represented during leaves, the mayor will arrange for the coverage of tasks and duties that the member will not be performing. And this will include seeking council resolutions for committee appointments or deputy mayor appointments, and also notifying committees and affected parties of the leave and who's providing interim coverage. And then the key piece is that remuneration will be provided at 75% of the basic rate that's set out in the council remuneration policy. And members will continue to be eligible for all other amounts, expenses, and benefits that are set out in the policy. There are no further alternatives provided for this policy. There's no additional budget required to implement this policy. And as such, administration recommends that council approve the paid medical, family caregiver, and compassionate care leave policy for members of council, Executive 010, as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Ove, for your presentation and for your work in coming back to council with those additions that were requested. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to confirm, I don't think you mentioned during the presentation, but according to Section 12, all of the medical leave, family caregiver leave, or compassionate care leave must be authorized by council
Yes,
in
it
order to, for the compensation to apply.
Yes, it is.
Correct, okay. Opening it up to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one of clarity. This bylaw will come into effect when?
Immediately.
Yeah, it will be immediately upon it
That's why,
passing.
just making sure. Thank you.
Yeah, whereas the remuneration will not apply until a new council is elected, this sort of policy will come into effect immediately. Okay, any other questions? That was a good question. All right, thank you very much. Okay. I will then move that council approve the paid medical, family caregiver, and compassionate care leaves for members of council policy, EX-010 as presented. I think that this is a very positive step forward in recognizing the work that council members do and being able to attract people to these positions, knowing that they have support like other employees in the town, and especially it's a difficult job, and things arise for us just like they do for everyone else. And so to be able to have opportunity for this sort of resource and leave if needed, and certainly I would hope that it's not something that anyone has to endure, but if it's needed, it's there for them. So I will certainly be supporting this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to support this motion. I really wanted to leave this term a situation for future councillors to work in that is actually tenable to modern times. And so I really feel that this, I appreciate, I wasn't here for this meeting, I think, when you guys brought this back, but I appreciate you bringing this forward. And I really believe it allows space for councillors to be human and experience what other people experience, and be able to take the time out to take care of those things, and be able to come back and work. So I appreciate this coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Sauvé, for bringing forth all this great policy. We'll absolutely be supporting this. I look across the dais here. A lot of us are in the sandwich generation, where we're taking care of our aging folks, and we're taking care of kids, grandkids, all those pieces. And life is crazy, and if things get a little strange, it's kind of nice to know that we are, our future counselors as well, are covered in these trying and challenging times. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Sandwich. Sorry, we must be getting close to lunch. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to echo my colleagues' sentiments that I do believe this is a very important piece of legislation that allows for allows for everyday people to look at this job and seriously consider it, and not exclude them right off the bat. Democracy will only be stronger for that. Our community will only be stronger for that. And yeah, we are just human. Things happen to us just like they happen to everybody else. And having that support and that understanding from your council, and not having to go and request this from council, so to speak, I think is an important piece. I'd hate to see somebody denied their support if for political reasons. That would be unjust and unfair. So I think this is an important piece of legislation, and I really appreciate administration working through this one, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And we will now move on to item G1, Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2024-22, Wildlife Exclusion Fencing. Okay. So we already had a presentation on this morning, as well as at first reading. Before putting second reading on the table, I would like to ask if anybody has any further questions. Seeing none, I'll move that Council give second reading to Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2024-22, Wildlife Exclusion Fencing. And speaking to the motion, I believe that this is a step to reduce red tape and not having to go through a process that is being governed and looked after, by the province or by the statutory document. I was concerned about where the placement was, but the answers provided to me were certainly satisfactory, and we can always also ask the question and to make sure that they are in fact placed accordingly. I knew that the province would be looking after the cost, but I didn't realize they were actually getting the land transferred, which is very interesting. So I will support this motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be speaking in favor of the motion for similar reasons. I don't think that requiring a development permit for this type of work on provincially owned land is necessary. It is already in an approved area structure plan, and the requirement for a DP would be so that a variance could be processed. It's simply paperwork, and it's not something that increases accountability or guarantees that what we have that has led to the approval and the need for a DP permit. It just doesn't line up as the best use of anyone's time or energy. And because it's strictly limited to provincially owned land that's being built and fences being built by the province, as another level of government and jurisdiction who does have a legal responsibility over managing wildlife and connectivity on this landscape, I believe that they will be doing their due diligence, and having to review their work is not needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had similar concerns as yourself this morning, and I think the crux of it is these lands have been deeded to the province. So because they're under provincial jurisdiction, it does make that a lot simpler and reduces duplication. So if the province owns the land, they can work with it as they can, and we will keep an eye on how it goes, and we will go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing then, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move that Council give third reading to Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2024-22, Wildlife Exclusion Fencing. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, so I'm just going to do a little check-in here. We have the Business Registry License Bylaw Amendment coming up. Councillor Graham, you had indicated that you have an amendment coming forward on this one. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do you have a motion that's been forwarded to the clerk that the administration has taken a look at?
Yes, I believe the clerk has the amendment.
Okay. Yeah. Dr. Cottle.
I believe, Councillor Graham, could you just confirm it's the alternative motion in the staff report? Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, let's see if we can do this one before lunch break then. All right, I just wanted to make sure that, we weren't setting ourselves up for a 30 or 45-minute thing. And all right, so in that case then, we'll move to item G2, which is the Business Registry License Bylaw Amendment 2024-27, Omnibus. Now, Ms. McClett, did you have something else that you wish to present? Or please proceed however you like, actually, I should say.
So I just wanted to clarify, I just looked at the report from our tax department. So 9 visitor accom and tourist home combos, 8 visitor accom and residential combos, 6 of which are specifically staff accommodation, 2 of which have residential units in there. So I said 27 before, so that's a little bit below 27 buildings. The only change before we go to the motion, second and third reading, is the request upon legal review to change out tourist home to as a business in 9.1.1.
And I will move that motion as soon as I put it on the table then.
And that was the only change other than what was discussed with you in the public hearing side.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm just taking a look here if I have a question. Okay. Does anybody have any questions before I put the second reading on the table? I was today old when I just learned I can just look at my screen now and see all the votes. And if Councillor Graham, I don't have to keep looking up on the screen as 3 years of habit has created. So, all right then, I will put a motion on the table that council gives second reading to the Business Registry License Bylaw Amendment 2024-27 Omnibus. And before moving to Councillor Graham's amendment, as I just mentioned, I am going to move an amendment that council amends section 40.2 by striking out quotation short-term rental end quotation and substituting quotation as a business end quotation. I appreciate the review was done. We were able to get that, what I think is a substantial change in prior to the public hearing so that people could speak to that. I do know that there might have been some misunderstanding in the reporting on this, that we were changing all fines to these higher amounts, but we are only changing with this section the fine amount for illegally operating tourist homes outside of where they're allowed. So if you are a legally operating tourist home and you don't have a business bylaw or a business registry license, you'll get the regular fine. However, if you are operating as a tourism outside of where they're allowed, then you will get the larger fine. And that's what this just clarifies. So I thank you for coming back with that. Would anybody like to speak to the amending motion? Once again, I can look straight ahead. Okay. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll turn it over to Councillor Graham. You wish to move forward with an amending motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes. We've got the motion up on the screen here, but the essence of it is requiring all businesses and all operators of short-term rentals to display their business license when marketing. My reasoning behind this is essentially clarity and ease of distinction between who is operating legally and who is operating illegally. I recognize that this is going to have an administrative overhead. I believe that's something that we can deal with here shortly, but the idea of having some operators displaying while having other legal operators not displaying, I don't think serves the intent of what the Livability Task Force was trying to achieve, and that was the ability to easily see illegal operators and for the public to easily see illegal operators. So with that, I'm putting forth this motion, and I look forward to any questions and hope for my colleagues' support in this one.
So just for accessibility reasons, if you don't mind, I will read your motion. It's on the screen.
Please.
In case you're not able to see it as well. So moved by Councillor Graham that Council direct administration to return with recommended amendments to the Business Registry License Bylaw that will require all individually titled visitor accommodation units to obtain a business license, and that the display of the license be subject to the same requirements as tourist homes, and that administration include any additional resources required to process the anticipated increase in business licenses as an option for Council as part of the 2025-2026 budget process.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yes. And so just to clarify then, the intent here is that there would not be a change made right now, and there would not be a requirement of individually titled visitor accommodation units to obtain a business license right now. What it will be is directing administration to come back with some recommended amendments and information around costs and resources required, et cetera, that we will then consider as part of the 2025-2026 budget process. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I recognize that this isn't just as easy as turning one and one off,
Okay.
and that there are some administrative ramifications to this, and I think that those should be looked at during this budget process at all possible.
Okay, and I'll just have a question then for the CAO. It would be my understanding then that if, as part of the budget process and getting these recommended amendments, that there would then be a revision to the bylaw that would require a public hearing and then second and third reading after that. Is that the process that we would see?
Yes, I believe it is. First,
Okay.
do you want to say something?
Ms. McLeod?
In the bylaw, it is written that we require a public hearing as if it's part of Schedule A changes, but it's not necessarily required for omnibus changes. Should council want to utilize that.
So if it's requiring new entities to have a business license, is
They
that
are
essentially?
already required to have a business license, so that hasn't changed.
Okay.
It's how we apply that. So it's no longer, same as tourist home, no longer a management company that
Right.
can have a license. It's the individually owned units
Right.
in condo hotels that
Right.
require individual licenses.
Okay.
That's the only shift that this essentially would make,
Okay.
as well as displaying is already a requirement of a business license. We are now adding the proposal that it is added on all their marketing, digital or print.
It affects a lot of people though, correct?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay.
It's, in visitor.com, same as tourist homes, often you have multiple owners, multiple units owned by one person.
Right,
Yeah.
right, okay. So we may want to be having a public hearing just because of that, but that's to be dealt with in the future.
Well, I'd need to check when bills come in, but technically, the province has restricted municipalities' ability to hold a public hearing when it's not required.
Oh,
And
okay.
I just don't know when that, if that's October 31st, that was enacted. So, you could do other engagement, but not a public hearing.
All right, but that would be part of the recommendations that would come back to us as to whether or not a public hearing is required.
Yeah, and just given timing, we may be able to, I was just checking with Mr. Mackay, pull this together in time for the budget process, but we also, by February 4th, approval for sure. It just, anyway, the
Okay.
timing TBD.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, speaking to and this is actually not an amendment as much as it is a motion arising.
That's right.
Great.
Sure.
Tell you what then, just to keep the sequencing correct, I'm going to ask that is the proper word table or postpone? I'm going to ask that we table this till following second and third reading, and we'll treat this as a motion arising.
Sure.
Okay? So we'll pick up from there. So,
Sounds good.
Councillor Faubert, did you want to speak to the second reading?
I had some questions about the motion arising, so
Okay,
I will wait.
If you can hold on those, that'd be great. Thank you. Would anybody like to speak to second reading as has been amended by that one change? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Councillor Hillstead, go ahead.
Just wanted to point out real quick that within the bylaw, like the bylaw is correct, but the red line, there was an issue with one section, just 9.2 part got struck out, which was supposed to get struck out, but then it was replaced with the exact same thing that just got struck out. So it's just, if someone was looking at the red line, they might be confused, but it is in fact correct in the bylaw. It's just so anyone that happened to read the red line realizes that that is actually changing, so.
Thank you for noting that. I will repeat myself, we do not need an amendment for that because it is correct in the bylaw, so thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to Business Registry License Bylaw Amendment 2024-27 Omnibus. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we'll return to the motion arising. And Councillor Faubert, you had some questions.
Oh, yes. My first question will be for Councillor Graham. You spoke about the ease of distinction, and I'm wondering for whom are you intending this to be easier to distinguish, and whether or not the traveling public is looking at accommodation listings trying to determine if a unit is a legal short-term rental or not?
Yeah, I think it's important that the public know that they are hiring a legal business entity. We've seen instances in the past where there have been illegal short-term rentals that have had action taken against them, and those owners, those people hiring that entity may have, I'm not sure what happened to them, but I want to give the public the greatest amount of confidence in what they are renting. I think it also gives administration the ability to fairly quickly distinguish between legal and illegal marketing.
Okay. My next question, I think, is more for administration. There are situations where we have visitor accom properties that look like a hotel and function like in a hotel, but their individual units might be individually owned. But the hotel has a business license, is my understanding of how that works. Or in those situations, does each individually owned visitor accom have a business license? And would this motion change that?
So we're seeing a growing shift in purpose-built visitor accoms, so condo hotels, where initially they were all operated by one management company, to now having individual owners operate and manage their own units, which is confusing because you come in and there's a front desk, but the front desk is only representative of a certain number of units, not all units. And so it's creating a little bit of visitor frustration in that process. That also means that there's increased challenges with what if there's a state of emergency, how do we contact all those business owners? So allowing individually licensed units allows us contact information for each individual owner versus just having the contact information for a management company. So from that perspective, this is something that would be a good thing. Does it change? The change would be that every unit, if it's owned as a different title, has their own individual license.
But what if the distinction I'm hoping to get to is what about the units that are individually owned but managed together? Would that remain one business license under this change?
So a management company would still require a business license,
Yeah.
but an individually owned unit would still require their own license. So if units are all owned by one company, they might be managed by one company, but each address is considered a different physical address, which in fairness was always in the bylaw as a requirement. It was just not applied that way. That predates me in my time with the town, but that was a decision made. And I assume that it was based on the fact that there was one management company, so on the outside they looked like a traditional hotel. That has shifted in the last number of years, where people are managing their own units.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hillsett, or comments on this?
I'm leaning towards supporting it at the moment. I do have a question just to clarify what was just kind of asked. I'm just going to put it a little differently. If there was one individual that bought 5 units, does each of those 5 units needed then an individual business license from that one? Correct. Correct? Okay.
Ms. McClett indicated yes.
Okay. Yeah, so then I'm not sure if that answers Councillor Forbert's question, but to me, yeah, if you have 5, if you're one individual that has 5 units, each one would have its own business license. So whereas I'm guessing now it's more, there's one business license for those 5.
Correct. Or if they have a third-party management company managing on their behalf, that organization has the license.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaking to the motion, I will support the motion. I want to hear more, but I can tell you I really support the motion based on what was shared about emergency contact information. I think that's a good reason to look into this, if for nothing else. I saw Councillor Graham and then Councillor Faubert.
I wanted to just speak to the multiple business license thing, and back to the Eclipse example. People have multiple locations. We ask them to have multiple licenses. I don't see a challenge there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Faubert.
I think for me, what I want to do is I want to fully understand what it is we're trying to accomplish and how and why before I vote for a motion that uses words that will require. And so my apprehension here is that this motion is written in a way that to me, I interpret it as this is what we're going to do, whereas the place that I'm actually in is I want more information. I'd like this to come back with recommendations, but what those recommendations are, I don't want to presuppose, right? And so I feel like I will vote in favor of this because I do want to have information come back to me, but just because I'm voting in favor of this motion, I'm not necessarily that doesn't mean I support requiring all individual titled visitor accommodation units to obtain a business license, but I am in favor of exploring that. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just wondering, did you have an amendment to this motion that you'd like to put forward?
That was I thought about it face, and I didn't, it's almost lunchtime, and I wasn't sure what to do, and then my brain started spinning.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's that will, yeah.
So if it helps, my understanding of this is that they would be recommended amendments towards this end, but we're not required to approve them. Because we will get information that may change the situation, whether the budget's required, the resources needed, how effective it could be, etc. So we're not locked in, but this is directing administration to come back with what it would look like should we go down this direction. Is that fair? And looking to admit if that is your understanding. I'm getting a thumbs up there from CAO, so
Thank you.
let's go with that. Okay. Councillor Ma.
Yep. Thank you, Worship. I'm happy to support this motion. I feel the way it's working right now, if we can be a little more granular and have business licenses for each visitor accommodation, we can get a better understanding of what's going on and what you can record, you can track, and what you can track, you can approve and improve accordingly. And I think we're on a fact-finding mission here, and I look forward to see what administration brings back with all the ramifications and pros and cons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. Again, I will support this. If we did want to make it a little less on the will side, my friendly amendment would be to, after business registry license bylaw, that will explore requiring all individually. Just that gives, again, I think it either way works. It's just this would give that more, that it's to explore this, and it's not a yes or no right now. We're exploring it. So, but again, that's up to Councillor Graham if he wants to accept that or not.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Mr. Hillstead.
Okay, that will explore requiring. Yeah, so. Perfect. Thank you very much, Councillor Hillstead. Thank you, Councillor Graham, and thank you, the Municipal Clerk. Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion as just amended? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so I'm recognizing that the next one requires Mr. Schneider to come back after lunch. If we take a break now, I think we're going to have to do that just given people's energies levels. And so let's come back at 1:15, okay? 1:15. All right, we're back, everyone. Next item on the agenda is G3, Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2024-30, Tourist Home Conversions. Mr. Schneider, good afternoon.
Present and accounted for. Good afternoon. So this bylaw amendment is rather technical in nature. It relates to the finance work that has been done in relation to the livability task force. And basically what it's going to allow is when people make declarations that they're no longer going to be using a tourist home for commercial use and they want it to go back to residential tax assessment, there has to be a similar mechanism that's easy to do, that's not going to cause a lot of muss and fuss, to recognize that it's going back to what in 99% of the time is going to be the originating residential use. Within the bylaw, we don't have the ability to do that without going through a change of use process, which can mean just more process for the sake of process. So what we're proposing to do, and we've basically got it set up with finance, is that when finance gets notification of someone that wants to do this conversion, we will automatically get the information, and we'll do a very quick letter processing it, similar to a certificate of conformance in a commercial area. So our recommendation is for the amending bylaw to receive first reading. It will have to go to a public hearing in December. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Looking to members of council to see if there are any questions. I do not see any. Thank you very much. I will move the council give first reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2024-30, tourist home conversions, and schedule a public hearing for December 3rd, 2024. As Mr. Schneider mentioned, this very technical amendment to give the path forward for those, if any, that would want to choose rezoning to residential from tourist home in order to get the residential tax rate. And I certainly support it and look forward to hearing from anyone who wishes to present at the public hearing. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move on to H1, extended producer responsibility. Mr. Robbins, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm here to speak with you today about extended producer responsibility. Throughout the presentation, well, under the legislation, there's lots of terms and roles and relationships, and it could be all new to you. So if there's any questions, you want any clarity, please ask questions along the way so that we're all under the same understanding as we go along. So yeah, I'm totally good with questions as we go along. So the recommendation we have is that Council approve the signing of contracts with producer responsibility organizations to allow the town to opt in and become an extended producer responsibility service provider. So you'll notice also that there was a change with the recommendation, and as we go through the presentation, you'll see why we made that change from your initial viewing of the report. So what is extended responsibility? Extended producer responsibility. So the basic idea of it is that we want to transfer the responsibility of recycling of residential products and packaging to the businesses that make the products or packaging. So right now in Alberta, every municipality, if they choose to, takes care of recycling. And so their ratepayers pay for it, and then they find a way to collect it and then process it. The idea behind this is that that responsibility would fall on the producers. So they would need to find a system and they would need to pay to take care of recycling in Alberta. And we are the final province in Canada to have this legislation passed. And so it's not new. It's been tried and tested and works everywhere else. We're just the last ones to come on board. So under extended producer responsibility, there's two streams. One is the recycling stream. So that is the single-use products, packaging, and paper products, which is referred to as recycling. And that includes paper, rigid plastic, so like plastic containers and styrofoam, flexible plastic, metal, and glass, so all our usual recyclables. And there's also another category, which is hazardous special products. And you've probably heard the term household hazardous waste. And hazardous special products is just a subset of household hazardous waste. So it doesn't cover everything, just a part of it. Yeah, it's all the same items that have the label on them saying that they're hazardous. It's just, there's lots of rules on what's included in the hazardous special products. So like I said, currently all communities lead recycling in Alberta. They all bear the cost of it. And then each municipality is different. So everyone has to decide what they're going to recycle and how to take care of it. So with this legislation, like I said, the producers will lead. The producers are see there's one of those terms. The producers are the businesses that make the products or packaging. So you'll see the term producers throughout, hence the producer responsibility. Yeah, there could be common collection systems throughout Alberta, and then also a common recyclable materials in Alberta. So instead of, if you go to Calgary and Canmore, we do things differently. So the idea is all of Alberta would be the same. And hopefully this would lead to innovation within the producers to create less packaging or more innovative packaging that's more recyclable. So this is the recent timeline. In Alberta, extended producer responsibility has been discussed for about a decade, and it's been in practice for about 20 years in Canada. But in Alberta, the legislation was passed, it came into force in October or November of 2022. And then for about a year, time was taken to actually create a process to allow it to actually happen in Alberta. An arm's length oversight body was assigned, and that's the Alberta Recycling Management Authority. They already existed, so they take care of our paint programs, our used tires, and our used oil programs. So now they're just the oversight committee, an arm's length body for the Alberta government to look after extended producer responsibility. And then as of October of last year, municipalities were asked if they were interested in taking part in EPR. So the big thing with the Alberta version of extended producer responsibility is that it's completely voluntary. No one has to take part in it. And so in October last year, we expressed our interest in being a part of extended producer responsibility in Alberta by registering with the Alberta Recycling Management Authority. And then throughout the past few months, we've worked specifically with the producers to come up with an agreement to how recycling can happen in Canmore. And so there's two different phases. The legislation does require that phase one begins April 1st, 2025 there's some specific criteria, and we'll go through that in a minute, for recycling, and then also the hazardous special products, and then phase two launch is a year and a half later. And there is great interest in this in Alberta. So yeah, over 200 municipalities have registered for the recycling part of extended producer responsibility, and 176 for hazardous special products. So over 90% of Alberta's population is represented in registering and being interested in taking part. So there's three main roles or main players in extended producer responsibility. We have the Alberta government, and they are the ones that enacted the legislation. They're the ones that wrote the laws and say how this all has to happen. Then we have the Alberta Recycling Management Authority, and they're the ones that make sure the businesses or the producers are taking care of their responsibilities for recycling. Then we have this other group called the Producer Responsibility Organizations. And so you can imagine when we have the producers, which are the Procters & Gamble's and the General Mills, and locally it'd be someone like the Rocky Mountain Soap Company, all these businesses that produce materials, if they all did their own thing, it'd be very chaotic. And so they work under these producer responsibility organizations, which bring together all the producers and set up the program of recycling and the hazardous special products collectively. And so in Alberta, there are 3 producer responsibility organizations. There's one for recycling, and there's circular materials. And then there are 2 for hazardous special products. So there's product care, which will take care of most of the chemicals. And then there's Call to Recycle, which specifically takes care of batteries. And so there's specific criteria and rules for producer responsibilities organization to be allowed to operate in Alberta. And so these are the 3 that have been vetted and allowed and want to take part. All of them work nationally. So none of them are new companies. All of them work in every other province in Alberta and province in Canada. And they're working in Alberta as well. And so here's the explanation for phase 1 and phase 2. So for phase 1 starts, that's April 20 of next year. Communities had to register by December of 2023, which we did. The community had to have recycling programs in place as of November 2022. So we already had recycling programs. And then if you meet those criteria, then you can be part of phase 1. To be part of phase 2 is if you did not have recycle programs yet or you didn't register. And so, and those municipalities will get services that match or mirror their garbage services come October of 2026. So working with circular materials, they gave all municipalities the option to either opt in or opt out. And so what these mean are if we've already registered and expressed interest in extended producer responsibility, but circular materials said you can opt in and be the service provider, so provide collection services for your municipality, and they will pay us for those services. Or we could opt out, which would mean we're still taking part in extended producer responsibility, but the municipality would step away completely from the operational side of it. So we would have no need for any of the infrastructure, the vehicles, or the staff, and they would just take part in it. They would do it for us. So an example would be in British Columbia, the city of Vancouver essentially opted out. Their system's slightly different, but so they opted out. They were running collections in-house, but eventually they opted out and handed it all over to Recycle British Columbia. And so if a resident has a problem or a question or anything about recycling, they don't actually call the municipality, they call Recycle British Columbia. And they're the ones that are taking care of all the collections, all the processing, and all the promotion and education. So that's sort of what the opt-out example looks like. That's for the recycling side. And then the hazardous special products, there's different criteria for your community size. And so this is the community size we are. So under legislation, that we're required to be provided with one permanent collection depot, which we already have. And then, we would be provided funding for the use of that depot. So these are the timelines we've been working with the producer responsibility organizations so far. So where are we on timeline. Yeah, so as of this summer, we started negotiating or talking with Circular Materials and Product Care. And in late August, we actually provided our audited general ledger to them to essentially show them this is how much it costs us to provide recycling services in Canmore. And from there, they made their compensation offer that reflects essentially those costs. So that includes vehicles, staff time, amortization, fuel, maintenance, and all those things included in there. We've also worked with Product Care. Their model is a little different in the sense that we'll be working with our service provider for household hazardous waste. And on the back end, they'll audit the materials and see how much is actually the subset of hazardous special products, and they'll compensate for the disposal of that subset and that portion. So we did receive a compensation offer from Circular Materials for recycling collection services mid-September, so it was just in time to get this council report ready. And then we do have to be able to start in phase 1, we do need to sign the agreement with them by November 30th of this year, with a hopeful launch of April 2025. So these are the 3 options we do have. So like I said, we have the option to opt in. So that means that we would be the service provider for collections for recycling in Canmore. And we would be compensated for that. The other option is to opt out. So like I said, we would just hand over recycling to Circular Materials and we would step away from it completely. And we do have the third option to deregister from extended producer responsibility, which means we don't take part in it at all, but it means we continue our services as they are and we continue paying for them as we do, so charging them on our utility rates. And this was what our compensation offers have looked like and some estimates. So we do have the confirmed offer for collection services of $7.12 per dwelling unit per month for collections. And that does cover our costs for collections. So that would equal about $750,000 a year. Each year in the contract, we would look at, obviously there's more dwelling units each year, so those would be added, and then also a factor of inflation would be added as well for each year. This $750,000 is based on 2023 actuals. So they are, yeah, it'd be updated for 2025. Then we would also be provided with $13,000 a year for promotions education. So as the opt-in service provider, we would be responsible for making all that happen, but we'd be funded for it. And then the 3 things we haven't negotiated or seen any official offers for are the recycling depots. That amount would be quite small. I'm estimating under $20,000 because under legislation, they're only responsible for the recyclables portion of the depots, so it wouldn't include the used oil or the electronic waste or the tires or the yard waste and all that. So it'd be a very small portion of the depot that they're responsible for. And hazardous special products, same thing. They're just responsible for that subset, which is just a percentage of everything we do collect. We would want to continue collecting all the household hazardous waste because if we don't, then all that goes in the garbage, which would be unfortunate. And then there's a third piece of post-collection. So right now, under their current system, all the recyclables, the paper, the yogurt containers are ours, the town's. And we're responsible for processing it and then brokering it and getting it to a processor. So under the legislation, Circular Materials actually owns the products. And so it's their job to figure out the best way to process that material and consolidate it. So they are required under legislation that we have to tip our trucks within 40 kilometers of our collection area. So obviously that allows us, we are not going to have to drive it to Calgary, which is a good thing. But it's their job and they have the ability to do what they want with the processing side. So we do have a great processing facility, a post-collection facility. So if they choose to use it, they would compensate us for the use of that. And so this $260,000 is what it would cost for us to sort and bale 2023's recyclables. So they would pay a per ton rate for the use of our facility. Yeah. And so, yeah, the recommendation, like before, the reason we changed it from circular materials to the producer responsibility organizations is that there's more than one organization that we need to negotiate with. Yeah, and so we want to make sure we cover them all. Yeah. Are there any questions?
That's a great question. Thank you very much for your presentation and taking what at first glance is complicated, but describing it very much in a manner that we can understand. Because I received a presentation from the, what do they call them? The Association of Recycling Management.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alberta Recycling
And it was
Management
just full
Authority.
of acronyms that just have no idea what they were talking about. So thank you for that straightforward presentation. I do have a couple of questions. If you could remind me, what sort of revenue is associated with when we own the stock and send it out?
It's very variable. So sometimes, and it depends on materials. So plastics, for example, sometimes we're making close to $100 a ton we're being paid. Yeah. Other times we're paying close to $200 a ton. Okay. And they are commodities, and so it depends on the market what we're charging.
So we don't have to do any of that anymore?
We don't have that
Just
risk
have
at all
to
anymore.
deliver it to them, okay.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't a municipality enroll in this program?
That's a good question.
Like I'm hoping that it's just because they're so small that they maybe don't have much of a program, or they missed the deadlines.
Yeah. So that 7% is most likely just that. It's communities that don't have recycling already. Yeah. So small communities that just don't have it. Yeah. Or they're communities that maybe have a very small administration, or it's one CAO for a hamlet or something that just hasn't been up on that. Exactly.
Thank you. Opening it up to questions, Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert, and thank you, Mr. Robbins, for your presentation. The way we do recycling in Canmore requires neighborhood bare bins. And when I read this contract, it feels kind of boilerplate for recycling systems that are different than that. Are there impacts on the contract or changes or ways that this contract differ from other communities that address perhaps some of those concerns?
Yeah, so under the contract, Canmore is essentially treated as a multifamily model. Okay. And so, which we are. So it'd be like an apartment building which has a communal garbage bin. We're a full community with communal garbage bins. And so that was discussed with Circular Materials, how we're not curbside pickup. We're essentially a multifamily model. And so that's, yeah.
Awesome. I noticed that within the contract, it does require us to replace a bin within a week of getting notice. But I don't think our bins are that easy to replace.
No, so that's referring to your roll carts that people would put curbside.
Okay.
Exactly. So they would be understood that we're not providing a cart service. We're providing a communal service.
So we wouldn't be expected to roll out a bear-proof bin in a week?
No, exactly.
Okay.
It would be if someone's curbside cart broke, then exactly we'd have to replace that if that was our system, but it's not. Yeah.
So just on that though, if it was a bear-proof bin that needed replacing, whose cost is that?
That's my next question.
Yeah, no, right now we would pay for it, but it'd be covered by the amortization costs that they are paying us for. So they are covering our amortization costs for the containers, which is the life cycling of these bins.
So then would we own it or would they own it?
We still, currently under this contract, we own the infrastructure.
Okay, we own
it's
it.
our infrastructure that we're still providing for the community.
And then we've been amortizing this infrastructure up till now. Mm-hmm. And then with this contract, the producer responsibility organization starts paying the amortization.
They're paying the amortization costs.
But if we replace infrastructure, we remain the owner of that, so that includes the trucks,
yeah,
the processing equipment in the material recycling facility?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then I have one more question. This was I don't know if this is a question, is actually something that could happen, but it said in the contract that not just that the PRO owns the recyclable goods, but they also own the environmental attributes. Would that mean that in our climate action plan, we can no longer use the calculations of reduced greenhouse gas emissions from increased diversion?
That's a great question. I'd have to
And
look
I'm
into
sorry, I
that.
did not submit that in advance.
But that
it's just
would
been
make
percolating.
sense, and I'd have to check with sustainability, the sustainability service area, how we calculate those recyclables. Yeah.
It was something that I was
Yeah.
started to get curious about when you talked about the goods that they own. Anyways, those are my questions.
I'd have to
Thank
look
you
up
so
that.
much.
Thank you, Councillor Ma.
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. Great presentation, Mr. Robbins. Similar questions in the vein of where Councillor Faubert was going. With regards to running our equipment, if we need to upgrade a truck, get a new truck, does that get amortized as well?
Exactly, so they are covering amortization costs.
Okay, great.
Exactly, yeah.
And is there a time, like I know a lot of these things, the devil's in the details, so because we have our sorting facility, we have our baler, and I know we're working off a 1.5-year contract. Are there stipulations when they'll give us a heads up on their desired continued or not continued use of those facilities, which are pretty great?
Yeah, no, right now, Circular Materials was hoping to have processing agreements with municipalities as of the end of the month. They're still trying to get collection agreements with everybody. Yeah. And so they can't make processing plans until they have their collection plans ready. So at the moment, there is a risk that we wouldn't be processing residential recycling in Canmore, but we still have commercial recycling that does come in. So there is still a need for the machinery, but it would be less, we'd be using it less. There is that risk for sure if they completely decide not to use it.
Okay.
Yeah. And that could go for any community.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It is interesting because at the recycling conference this last week, I was talking to one of the reps from Circular Materials, and I was asking, "How's it going?" And he's like, "It's actually really, really hard to like get buy-in for the last subset of communities because there's just a lot of government mistrust." And I think for some of those places, he said that some of these communities, their recycling program is a point of pride, and for them to just give it up to them seems really frightening. So, yeah.
Councillor Faubert.
I'm really proud of our recycling program, but I'm really happy that producers are paying for it. My question that came to mind was, what good types of recyclable goods are we able to recycle now as a community that we won't be able to under the contracts? And I know that might just be hazardous waste.
That would just the household hazardous waste,
Yeah.
And then the opposite will happen with recyclables. And so we'll have a greater variety of recyclable products available for our residents. Exactly.
If we wanted to maintain the same service level for hazardous waste, is that a budget discussion?
It would be, right now in the budget, it is, we're essentially paying for the full household hazardous waste. And so in the budget, that's what we would propose, that we would still pay for household hazardous waste, but in the background, it would be topped up essentially for the hazardous special products.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So with the funds coming in, I know it says recommendations for the compensation received will be brought to the Finance Committee as part of the 2025 budget deliberations. Currently, these costs are covered by rates paid by the ratepayer. And so if they're being paid for somebody else, presumably that means a reduction in rates.
Exactly, so those would be the options we would look at. We would look at reducing rates, increasing reserves, potentially not taking debt on some future projects and things like that.
Okay, so we'll get more information with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Finance time. Okay. Looking to see if there are any other questions. All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Robbins. I will then move, get to the right one here. The council approve the signing of contracts with producer responsibility organizations to allow the town to opt in and become an extended producer responsibility service provider. I've been excited about this coming forward for a few years and a little bit impatient as to when it would come, because I knew that that meant that we would be able to get revenue to cover a portion of our services. And in my mind, that's a very good thing. So I will be supporting this motion for sure. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I am excited that we get to move forward as a province and as a community that values recycling with extended producer responsibility. I think it is a change in the fundamental idea of who should be paying for recycling, and it's also a program that will encourage the commercial interests in our country, because we're the last province, so this is now nationwide, that produce goods with packaging to reduce the amount of packaging. I think these are really good outcomes for all of us. I also think that one of the benefits of being the last province of adopting EPR is that the rest of the country has already adjusted to the pricing required, which means this doesn't mean that goods will cost more for Albertans. Now, if you live in Canmore, things just cost more, but that shouldn't affect it on top of what we already experience here. I also think that being able to continue to provide the level of service as the service provider that our community is accustomed to is really important. I know we've had campaigns in the past around recycling. Some of my colleagues have appeared in them. And diversion. And I know one of the things that is a fun fact about our town that seems really nerdy is that our recycling is pretty clean. The people in the contamination level of recycling is something that gets measured and is a factor when it comes to, how we can move those goods onto the next market. And we have a community that cares enough about recycling and wildlife that they're rinsing their cans and jars, and they are recycling because that's one of the values that we have. So I'm excited to be able to move to the next step of this process as well, which is a discussion at the Finance Committee around what happens to the differential once the PROs start paying, and what that means for potentially savings for our utility rate payers in the community, and the future of what we do in terms of recycling in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be happy to support this. I know Mr. Robbins has done a ton of diligence and work on this, and I feel the contract's probably pretty good. I think the other piece that really I bring some comfort from is that the jobs associated with our collection are staying within the community, and those are being hired out through circular materials. And so I would hope that we can maintain that throughout. So thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item H2, Property Tax Policy, FIN 005, Amendment, and Division of Class 1 Property Bylaw Amendment 2024-31, Subclass Addition. Ms. Rogers, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. A couple of things before you today. I did want to just start with a quick update on declarations for residency. As you probably all received in the mail your code and request to declare. We've had just under 1,600 residences already complete the declaration out of a total that we're expecting of about 6,300. So we're making great progress in our first few days of operation. So I just thought I would share that with you quickly.
Thank you.
Today we are requesting an approval for some changes to the property tax policy and also an amendment to the Division of Class 1 property bylaw that was before you earlier this year. So I'll just walk through both of those changes. And I did bring a friend in the back who can help me if you ask a question that I can't answer.
Ms.
Right,
Van
thank God for
Kampima,
Catherine.
welcome.
So we do have a number of recommendations for you today, as I just reviewed, would be the 3 readings and the leave to go to 3rd reading for the amendments to the bylaw, and then some changes to the property tax policy. So why are we doing this? In May and June Committee of the Whole meetings, we brought you implementation plans and included heads up that we would be needing to amend the property tax policy to align with the livability tax program changes that have been made. In preparing the amended policy, it came to our attention that not all vacant land is in the same subclass. There are actually 2 classifications of vacant residential land, serviced and unserviced. Serviced land has its own subclass in the bylaw, but we missed that unserviced land does not. And so we need to align the bylaw with the tax policy, and that's why we're requesting that amendment. If the change were not to be made to the bylaw, it would mean that unserviced vacant land would be charged at the higher non-primary residential rate, and we're not recommending that. So what are we doing with the policy? We need to remove the reference to tourist home personal use. As you know that we've moved on from that. There now is tourist home, and then there are residential classes. We've updated the policy review date, updated some references in the policy, and then added the components of the livability tax program, including specifying subclasses that revenue will be collected from, and subclasses revenue will not be collected from. So just a bit of background on residential class and subclass. Under the Municipal Government Act, residential property is considered to be Class 1 property, and Section 297 permits the residential class to be split into any number of subclasses on any basis that Council considers appropriate. So all subclasses belong to the residential class, but only property not included in another specific subclass belong to that residential subclass. It's the default, if you will, from a tax perspective. So it is anticipated that the residential subclass moving forward will pay a higher tax rate to collect the livability tax program revenue, and that there are some subclasses that Council will assign a lower tax rate to. You've got that? Vacant land, as I mentioned, there are 2 types of vacant land. Pardon me, we have serviced and unserviced vacant land. Until 2013, residential vacant serviced land was taxed at a higher tax rate to try to encourage development. The tax rate was then reduced to the same rate as the residential rate as a result of recommendations made by the Property Tax Task Force, largely based on the concept of lateral equity and then also the economic challenges that the development community was facing at that time. Since then, the economy has changed, and the same challenges that were present then are not present now. As you are well aware, lack of affordable housing is the issue that is most significantly affecting Canmore's economy. And with the introduction of the livability tax program, the discussion that we've had with council is that properties not used to house permanent residents but could be, would be taxed at a higher rate starting in 2025 to try to incentivize an increase in affordable housing units and to raise revenue to fund affordable housing initiatives. These properties are those that are included in the residential subclass. From an equity perspective, and the reason we're bringing this forward is that we thought, in theory, vacant service land could also be developed and used to increase housing. So it's logical that those would be taxed at the same residential subclass rate. And so the amendments that we've proposed in the property tax policy recommend that approach. But we also recognize it's just coming to you for the first time, and so we have included in the alternative section of your request for decision an option to delay that decision. We are still planning property tax task force in 2025, and that would be a logical recommendation for that task force to explore and then come back to you with some suggestions on. So that's an option for you to consider as we move forward through the presentation today. Okay. I think I got that. Sorry, it's my first presentation in a while. Okay. Okay, so as I mentioned, under the alternatives, council could wait to update the policy and the division of Class 1 property bylaw until the work of a new property tax task force has concluded. We are recommending that the bylaw be updated to reflect these two vacant residential land classes, the serviced and the unserviced, so that there's consistency. But that doesn't mean that you would then be charging a higher tax rate. It's just clarifying. And so we believe that the changes to the bylaw are appropriate to make regardless. It's in the policy then where you would make adjustments based on the alternatives that were presented in your report. Okay. That's it. Happy to answer questions with my friends. Phone a friend.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. I don't see any.
Great.
Must have covered all the points really well. All right then, so we'll turn first to the division of Class 1 property bylaw amendments. And I move that council give first reading to division of Class 1 property bylaw amendment 2024-31 subclass addition. I see this as very much a housekeeping type addition that, as these things are developed, you come across items that hadn't been caught previously, and they need to come to council to be put in their correct place. So I will be supporting this motion. Councillor Faubert.
Were you going to put forward another motion?
Yeah, so they both relate to, or one is relating to the property tax policy. So that's going to be after this, and that determines how they're taxed. And I'm going to suggest that they are taxed at the same as the primary residential rate, not at the non-primary rate. And then there's going to be a motion arising after that to bring it to the task force.
Okay. So when it comes to the bylaw in front of us for first reading right now, that's just the tax classes.
Yeah, this just creates the classes. The policy itself gives guidance as to how they're taxed in relation to others.
Okay. Because I did want to not move forward with changes to vacant service, but that's in the policy.
Yes, that's
Okay.
in the policy, and so we're of the same mind there, and we'll get that too with our fifth motion under this section.
And then still in a position where I don't feel comfortable supporting the motion because of certain aspects of the tax policy changes that don't align with some of the processes in the sense of alternative ways of moving forward with this kind of a program change. Specifically, the full details of the budget and a budget approval by council is something that I know hasn't happened yet, and I know that will come later. I would, for me, that is an important piece of information to happen before the mechanisms of a new program are created and the legislation for those to happen. And I respect that not everyone agrees that that might be the best way to do this kind of process, but that's the kind of process that I feel more comfortable with. I also am unsure that we have, as a council, and lobbied the provincial government to change the MGA to allow us to have a vacancy tax. I know in the past that we've lobbied the province around tourism-based communities, potential tax changes in relation to that, but I'm not sure that we have gone directly at the ability to deliver or to enact a vacancy tax by changes in the MGA first. And for me, I think that being able to have a vacancy tax where we didn't have to have our residents register, that would be a better way to move forward with using a vacancy tax to increase revenues to support some of these livability initiatives. And that sums up some of the concerns and why I still remain in a position where I'm not going to vote in favor. I will vote in favor to go to leave to third reading, though.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Just to speak to a few of these things that you raised. Of course, the only change that's being suggested here is the addition of residential vacant unserviced land. Everything else has already been approved, so it's just whether or not, the question before us today is whether or not we agree with adding that subclass. I certainly respect if you're not able to get there. I do want to talk about lobbying for changes to the MGA. First of all, I mean, we've been lobbying for whether it be a resort municipality status or tourism-based community status, some other forms of revenue to deal with our particular situation here. And we've been doing so for almost 20 years, and we just don't have that sort of time, even if it took even a few years. Time is of the essence, in my opinion. The other thing that works against us, and I was speaking with Minister Nixon about this, it was in the realm of tourist homes, and he said, you know, the only municipality that really has a problem with tourist homes, and he wasn't disputing that there's an issue, is Canmore. It just wasn't an issue for other municipalities because of the of the makeup of other municipalities. Similarly, we have 26% of our residential units not housing a primary resident. Nobody else has that sort of issue. The next closest, I believe, might be something like a Sylvan Lake, and I think they maybe just got into double digits. But we are by far the only one in the province dealing with this issue. And so I suspect that they would take the same approach, that they did not want to change the rules to accommodate one municipality. And the good news is we actually don't need the change, because the MGA allows for subclasses and allows for this sort of this sort of mechanism. In various communications that we've received from people around this, one of them forwarded a letter from Municipal Affairs that was responding to their concerns about this program, and Municipal Affairs essentially said, yeah, the town of Canmore can do that. So I think we are going down the right road. We are going down the allowed road. We're going down the road that is available to us. And so I actually, while respecting your position, I do see it differently. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on first reading then. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Faubert opposed. I'll now move that Council gives second reading to Division of Class 1 Property Bylaw Amendment 2024-31, Subclass Edition. And would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Faubert opposed. I'll now move that Council give leave to go to third reading of Division of Class 1 Property Bylaw Amendment 2024-31, Subclass Edition. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll now move that Council give third reading to Division of Class 1 Property Bylaw Amendment 2024-31, Subclass Edition. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Faubert opposed. And now we move to the Property Tax Policy, FIN 005. So I will move that Council approve Property Tax Policy, FIN 005, as amended. And I am going to bring the amending motion that is listed in the analysis of alternatives on page 237 of the agenda package, page 4 of the report. And that amendment is that Council amends Section 7 of the property tax policy by inserting the residential vacant unserviced land subclass after residential vacant serviced land subclass, and by inserting primary before residential subclass. This will then essentially have all of those classes taxed at the same level. They will not be paying the higher non-primary resident rate. The reason I believe that this is important is, we're talking about houses being built, and we don't know how they're going to be used yet, and so it will just capture all of them without distinction, and it also increases the cost of that build. I don't think that that's the intent of the higher tax rate. Is just to increase the cost of the unit to be bought in the first place. So what I will be also bringing is a motion arising, which is the recommended or the analysis of alternatives motion about having this looked at as part of the property tax task force work that would come up in 2025. So I hope that I will have your support for this amendment and would look for comments from anyone else on this amending motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? So Councillor Graham, you're opposed?
Yeah, sorry, I should have had some comments before that, but that's fine.
Okay, then the motion is carried with Councillor Graham opposed. And now I will bring a motion arising that Council direct administration to include exploration of the collection of livability program revenue from the residential vacant service land subclass as part of the upcoming property tax task force. I really appreciated the last time we had these discussions in 2013, and I'm really happy that we are going to be taking a look at this again, which I do think you have to do from time to time, and it's an excellent opportunity to look at this particular question. Councillor Faubert.
I just have a process question. The last motion was to change the policy, but we haven't voted on the policy. Yeah.
Point of order. That was the amendment. So now that is amended. Thank you, Councillor Faubert. So now we're back to the original motion as amended. Would anybody like to speak to the original motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we have the motion passed with Councillors Faubert and Graham opposed. And thank you again for catching that.
No.
Well, I saw the, oh, he's delayed. Okay, so let me just double check then. Councillor Graham, you're in favor of the policy?
Correct.
Okay, so you voted for it, and Councillor Faubert, you were opposed. Okay then. I saw you both your hands rise at the same time, but I guess the delay.
Sorry.
So in that case, the motion was carried with Councillor Faubert opposed. Now returning to the motion arising, would anybody like to speak to that motion, to have this particular issue one of the subjects of the property tax task force? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're going to do this one, then we're going to have a short break after this one. Okay. Ms. Gibbons, welcome to council and good afternoon.
Getting used to the new technology. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. I feel like Ms. Rogers drew the short straw and got the long, complex presentation, and I'm going to keep this somewhat related one, but relatively brief. I'm here today with some reserve policy amendments. So on September 17th, to the Committee of the Whole, we presented livability tax program KPIs and funding criteria for discussion. These have now been codified in the proposed amended reserves policy. While there was some discussion at the meeting of other KPIs, these have not been included as they aren't directly related to the program. While there was also discussion about including examples of things the funding criteria would cover, these were not included for the reasons outlined in the accompanying report today. 2 new schedules have been added that capture previous council direction regarding the uses of franchise fees and paid parking revenues. Previously, these were not clearly captured in one place and made it difficult to find the current direction. The inclusion of these in the reserves policy now allows for easy reference and transparency. Also included are some minor housekeeping amendments to update references, names, and the date of the next review. So as such, our recommendation today is that Council approve the reserves policy FIN 007 as amended. Happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you very much. Looking to Council to see if there are any questions. I don't see any. Thank you very much. So I'll move that Council approve Reserves Policy FIN 007 as amended. This does give effect to previous decisions and discussions, and I appreciate the work in bringing this together. So I will be supporting this update. Looking to see if there are any others that wish to speak to this motion. Councillor Faubert.
I'm going to support the policy, but I also want to recognize, because there are multiple changes to it and not just the livability tax program, I'm kind of having a moment where I just want to make sure that I'm still supporting things in a way that continues to support good policy, even if some of the aspects of it aren't what I support. And so with there being multiple needed changes to this policy, even though there's a certain aspect of it that I still have concerns about, I'm going to support it. And I'll do a better job in the future of making sure that I understand how I'm talking about my concerns. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion on the table? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're going to take a, we're going to come back at 2:30, take a 12-minute break. All right, we are back, and we're getting near the end of our agenda here. H4, 2024 Capital Budget Amendment, Community Fireguard Construction. Mr. Mackay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Krausert, members of council. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon on behalf of Ms. Miller, who's in Banff at a disaster forum, to seek your approval for
So is that just like a really bad forum?
It's not a disaster of a forum. It's
Okay,
okay.
okay.
At least I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
But it's my pleasure to be here on behalf of Ms. Miller and her team who've been working on the Community Fireguard project. And when I say her team, I mean both internally, staff for the town of Canmore, as well as the MD of Bighorn, Alberta Parks and Forestry, and the Kananaskis Improvement District, as all those organizations, land managers have contributed to getting this project to where it is today. So as a reminder, you approved the submission of a grant application for the construction phase of the Community Fireguard project. And specifically the areas of Harvey Heights, Stoneworks Creek, and the East Park Gates, which I know they're small on the map there, but it's something that, that you've seen, certainly seen before. And so good news, we got the grant application. It's been approved by FRIA, the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta. And so we're looking to get started with the construction work and need a capital project approved in order to do it. Which brings me to the recommended motion, which is that council approve a new 2024 capital project for the construction of community fireguards in Stoneworks Creek, Harvey Heights, and the East Park Gates, funded in full by the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, FRIA grant, in the amount of $750,000. So I'm happy to take any questions. I'm backed up by a large number of slides if required, but otherwise over to you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And that's, of course, excellent news that we have received that grant approval. Minister Lowen reached out to myself and Dr. Cottle to have a meeting during Alberta municipalities, and he wanted to know how it was being received in town. He was very supportive of the community fireguards and really wanted to make sure that they were working as hard as they could to protect Canmore from potential wildfire risks. And I shared with him how, given the events of this summer, there was a lot of support amongst residents, tourism community, business, environmental groups. And so, yes, there will be a change, and undoubtedly that will cause some concern for some, but it will also be increased habitat patch for wildlife and increased protection for Canmore. And so I really appreciate you coming with this today and looking to council to see if there are any questions. I guess the one question is just when is this getting started?
We're still working out a few final operational details, but currently our projected start date is November 18th.
Yes. And I knew that. That's why I didn't have that question in front of my mind, but I thought maybe others, our loyal viewing audience, maybe they weren't aware of the dates yet. So, yeah. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Mackay, I just wanted to state how much a great job you're doing, and all the CST, you're doing just such a fantastic job, and just wanted to state that publicly, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. I do, in accepting your compliment, I would just like to say that Ms. Miller has really been driving this, and I'm just here for for this portion of the program. So, do appreciate it, though. I'll pass that on.
And I do note that the chuckles are loving chuckles Yes, okay. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. So I'll move that council approve a new 2024 capital project for the construction of community fire guards in Stoneworks Creek, Harvey Heights, and the East Park Gates, funded in full by the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, FRIA, grant in the amount of $750,000. And so further the comments that I made a few moments ago, I would like to express gratitude to FRIA in the province of Alberta for having this funding available and for granting it to us for this project. And I'm very happy that should this capital budget amendment be approved, that work will get started in a matter of just a couple of weeks. Councillor Maw.
Completely happy to support. Anytime I see funded in full written in a recommendation, I'm very happy. $750,000, thank you from the province, but when you look at how much disaster recovery is in Jasper, $750 is a bargain for what you can do. And so please, I hope we can get continued support as we move for our additional phases down the road. And thank you, Ms. Miller and Mr. Mackay. Great job.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham, it's like 10:30 at night there and you're drinking energy drinks. You're going to be up all night. Oh, you're muted.
I said, these are the sacrifices you need to make when you're doing this wonderful job for the community.
Right on. Yes. Yeah. All right, seeing no others that wish to speak to the motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that council close the meeting to the public to prevent disclosure of information that is subject to legal privilege in accordance with Section 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. All of those in favor? Carried unanimously. And just before we sign off, I'll just note that there's no decisions being made, and so we'll be ending the streaming now, because when we come out of closed session, we'll simply be adjourning the meeting.